where Fnatic, they have a greater sample size, a much better win rate, and I think Overpass again is a bit of a coin flip. So I think when you're looking at these three maps and you're looking at the series overall, I'm feeling quietly confident here for Fnatic.
Yeah, I understand why, but I do certainly think between these two teams where we've seen so many good things, as well as the occasional slip up here in the semi-finals, you never really know what version you are going to get from them. But all in all, I'm hoping we get a 3-map thriller. Frankly, I want to get to Overpass. I want us to be able to make it the distance and see what these two do have to offer us. Grand final spot up for grabs, already top 4. But we obviously know both these teams, their overall goal, they want to achieve far more than this. Investment from Fnatic. You've got a couple of scouts in play, a couple of pistols and blade Fs for mass. It's a presence made towards short early from Ents. Everyone having a bit of a look in there, but smoke's made to be enthroned. Jambo scout will spot out STY. The info goes both ways. There's a double swing. Comes through. And Jambo completely caught out. Netty will find the kill. Scout shots continuing. Fire off. Fear will find one. Blame F for mass as well. Fear's looking for a second with his scout.
Yeah, I like that from Fear. And that's how you have to play. You have to try and take the attention away with the scout and allow for the FAMAS to get the refrags. Nice decision making there. Man advantage here for Fnatic, and hence never even going to give this one a look. Nice find from Fear. Fnatic, though, forced by victory. The call to go for the save off that pistol clearly working out nicely. I think it was the right decision at the time. Obviously, we've seen this head-to-head a few times this year already. And obviously, since June, Fnatic, they played them 3 times. They've won 3 times. Just at the end of May, I believe it was a LAN. They bested them 2-0. As in Ents bested Fnatic 2-0, but in the 4 matches that we've seen between these two teams this year, Fnatic have won 3 of them, but bomb getting planted soon. Crims, nice find there. The util from Jambo's brilliant. Nechu's been dealt with and Milty aware of, and he swings into 3. Fnatic besting, and they should be able to find a third now.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate one there from Ents. Great start to this game. Felt like they had the opportunity to capitalise, but weaker weapons prevailing on the second round, and then Fnatic being able to ensure that they're not letting Ents get back into that one. On to win the third. Look how good the money's looking already for Fnatic. Needs a bit of money on Jambo and Cypher. You're just up against pistols. This could be a nice clean sweep. When you look at the weaponry as well, Jambo on the AWP, 4 rifles in play. Jambo finds his first, won't quite get the second, and now under pressure, will actually get taken down here. Lingers slightly too long. It allows the Glocks to overwhelm. Just the 1 casualty though on Jambo. Orb can easily be scooped up, and Fnatic do find that third. Money's slightly better, shouldn't be reset now, even if they do lose to Ents, but that's going to be the main goal for the T's here. We'll see, this is Ents' map pick. Expecting some big things from them here. You obviously said both teams reasonably similar statistically on this map. And honestly, that could not be more true. There is 0.1% difference in terms of both teams' CT side win percentage and T side win percentage.
Oh,
These
it's
two
insane, right?
so close on this map. But you obviously highlighted as well, Ents played far more of this map than Fnatic, and perhaps that experience could just be what they need to bring them over the line.
Yeah, honestly, I was talking about the win rate. I wasn't talking about the side samplings. Obviously, you've taken a bit of a deeper dive here And yeah, right, just so true. It is ridiculous how mirrored these teams not only are, but also kind of with the way that they play this map. I feel like Dust 2, I think before it was pretty team dependent. I think a lot of teams, it was kind of like you were either great on the T side or absolutely useless. Whereas I feel like now it's become a little bit more even, which I think is always important. Jambo though, missed opportunity there with the AWP. USP in hand, firing. Their placement not great. Important kill for Fair. Cypher takes down Nechu as well. Lovely from Cypher there. Taking down that late lurk in middle. Now allows for fnatic to focus here on the A-bomb site. But Molly landing, that's going to delay the retake. There's still a lot of utility in play.
And SDY does get a kill back on this. Wounded AWP does get quickly traded out by Crims. BlameF finds one of his own in Milty in a 1 versus 3, trying to desperately find some success, find some frag, take the fight on the BlameF. The health advantage of Blame proves to be the difference maker. 4-1 here for fnatic. I mean, they did alright to get on the bomb site, but the issue is they found the opening kill. But it's just fnatic are happy to give it up, and they're looking for the picks elsewhere. They find 2 kills back, and by the time the retake comes through, it's a man advantage for fnatic.
Obviously for fnatic, I think for them, I've already mentioned that this series does feel like a quote-unquote grand final in its own right. Not to take away from the fact that quite comfortably and quite possibly we could see either Foot or Betera win the whole event, but I feel like both of these teams, both ENCE and fnatic, not only far more household names, but they've got a lot more experience. They've got that ability at the top level. So I think the victor here should have a decent chance of taking the whole thing. And I think fnatic, because they know that ENCE sometimes struggle on a map like Train, and after the vetoes, I think fnatic they've treated this first map of Dust 2, and they've probably put a lot of pressure on this Dust 2. Because they understand that this map could be for the entire series. They take Dust, then they move to Train, a map they are far more competitive on and far more comfortable on in comparison to ENCE. Effectively, should be getting a 2-0. And then they move to the grand finals, facing off against teams that not only have they bested in the past, but they've looked good in the past. So I think for fnatic, they're a 4-1 up. They're looking really, really good. If they can continue this trend on the CT side, take Dust, I think fnatic, it puts them in really good stead here to find the series. And potentially, as I mentioned, the whole event.
Well, just the pistols in this one for ENCE. They're pushing through this smoke. 2 plays ordered him. And a dangerous game to be playing against weaker weapons and pistols, but Fear does get punished for it. Luckily for him, Jambo will get a kill elsewhere, so it does remain this 4-on-4. Jambo, we saw him struggle towards his position in the last round. He's going to struggle here again. The pistol is just being given the exact fights that they want. Too many mistakes, and fnatic might have missed their chance. Good nade here, but the issue is just one nade against an armored Milty isn't going to be enough.
Bring on. Nice find there onto BlameF. Obviously money for fnatic should be enough to invest in the next, but important for ENCE to find victory here. I think without it, we'd be a little bit worried for them, as we could be moving to that kind of 6-1 scoreline.
I mean, it certainly does give them a bit of an easy round, just Fear pushing through that long smoke. And then we go on to see Jambo just behind the box on the site. Struggled there a couple of times, just getting baited out too easily by the jiggles. And from there, ENCE are able to retrieve weapons, take down players, and just swarm. But fnatic do still have the money to invest, so maybe can just rectify any of the mistakes they made, as well as see if they can extend their lead. But just as importantly for ENCE, they are back in the running here, finally winning a round since that pistol.
Really important for them as well. Obviously fnatic winning the force buy, that's what kind of caused some issues with the ENCE investments. Cody though is on the AWP. As I mentioned, I think as we both alluded to, this is going to be an interesting map for the AWPers. I'm loving the setup right now. Cypher making contact. The timing of the HE grenade is brilliant, and Cypher, he's just going to drop a smoke. A great setup there for fnatic. Jambo, okay, Jambo could have just had the AWP in hand, but he wanted a quick rotation. Little did he know that Cypher and Crims had dealt very nicely there with that B aggression and kind of force the T's back, but Jambo was certain that there was going to be the continuance towards the B bomb site. He wanted to rotate in quickly. Blame F, nice find there. Cypher takes down Pody, and Cypher with another great round from Cypher. I've mentioned he's had a bit of a tough time when it comes to joining this team. He's had about a month on the roster, and the stats haven't been perfect for him. But as I've mentioned countless times, it's not always about the stats for him.
Bit of a tactical board here. It's an interesting decision from fnatic. I wondered if they just expected ENCE to change something up. Maybe read into something that ENCE tend to do on this map in their homework. Obviously, they are leading pretty well here since the weapons have been in play. fnatic haven't really done too much wrong apart from that one round where it felt like it made things a little easy for ENCE. But apart from that, they certainly have been winning these rounds reasonably comfortably as well. So just wanted a bit of time to discuss. Maybe thinking ENCE could change, take some aggression elsewhere. We do have two snipers in play. Obviously the AWP body and SDY is wielded a scout, so probably not anything too fast.
Ammo though, he does have that AWP. Do you think the AWP and Scout, do you think that kind of combination is the right thing to do? It seems a bit unnecessary.
I mean, if there's one map you can do it probably would be Dust.
Yeah, that is true. Oh, nice find there from Jambo. I think a lot of times when you see that type of angle being held by an AWPer going kind of for that fadeaway shot, a vast majority of the time, we don't really see it come through. A lot of the time it's a missed shot and a back away and you give up a lot of space, but Jambo finding that frag important there. I feel like fnatic, the setups and the positioning, and it's kind of perfect for them. Crimson Cypher, I mentioned on their T side, they have a really nice synergy. They play off one another really nicely. I think it's because they're both under the same notion and they have kind of a similar game style of, okay, well, we're going to look to play a little bit aggressive. We're going to look to take a bit of a fight. And I think towards B, it works quite nicely because double tunnels aggression, whether they want to refight like they are currently towards middle, I think it's a nice synergy. Blame F on his own towards middle. If there's going to be a player who can try and contain mid-aggression and try and kind of deal towards short, it is going to be him. Obviously, Jambo, we know his AWPing prowess, but I can harp on about these teams and their setups as much as I like, but Cypher now under pressure. They know about the positioning of the AWPer. Cypher kind of needed to get two, but the fact he only finds one, 15 seconds on the clock now. They have just dropped the smoke. Jambo needing to find a fortunate frag, but it doesn't come through. 10 seconds. Oh, is he going to look for the plant? Spamming through his Jambo. Oh, he's so close to connecting, but the bullet just not finding Fear. He is in a late position here, already towards tunnels. I think fnatic are just going to be looking for these exits.
Yeah, obviously we know the money's not great for ENCE. We know they didn't have a great investment coming into this round. Money was pretty whittled away on players like SDR and Body, so it wouldn't be a bad idea if they can look to take them all. Could have a buy on fnatic as well if they are able to, but 3 players towards tunnels. Fear will find one. Does get the dink onto SDY. The bomb will do the job to finish him off. Body is able to save this AWP, as is Jambo with his. So money for both teams, that's going to be pretty tight after this one, it seems. Both teams down to very little, so this could be a very important round. Quite easily bring ENCE back level in this game. But equally could give fnatic the halftime victory. They're able to take this one, Body aggressive with the AWP. Molotov has feet, flashbang as well, will just back away through the flames. Jambo just as aggressive as Body, but does get taken down, missed shot. Lucky to be able to back away there from Milty actually.
Rig on. Gonna be looking to make this play towards short again, but surely he needs to realise, well, Jambo let me down from here last time. Maybe let's not head there again. Again, though, as I said, Cypher and Crims, they'll take these timings. They'll decide to head towards upper tunnels on their own choosing. Netu now going to be under pressure timing. Oh, Netu finds that. I was so certain Netu was going to get taken down for nothing, but what a shot that. Cypher, that's an unfortunate way to fall. It's a costly casualty, as fnatic should have been able to level up the game there. Now Crims with a decision.
Utility. We'll look towards middle. Is spotting out nothing. Gonna push through this, in fact. The issue is Crims are getting some great information, but the rest of the team just sort of waiting for his instruction. That's a great find from Jambo there on low HP. We'll bring things back to a 3-on-3. But I think with no utility, I still don't know if fnatic will actually attempt this. I think if Jambo finds one, they could give it a go. You're asking a lot for him to find someone through a smoke, through a wall.
Again, though, it seems like fnatic and for Ents, in fact, that they've kind of figured out where to head. It's that early mid take from Ents, because fnatic are playing a little bit more bomb site based. You take that early mid space, then you pivot towards B.
Yeah, so this round should be a bit of a... You get a bit of a freebie if you are able to win this one. Not quite going to be the case for Rents, as fnatic keep a couple of weapons alive. If they keep 3 alive, I think without a doubt they do go for the buy. I still think they could opt for that, knowing that Ents' economy is still really humble themselves. When SDY is going to be playing with... Not sure if someone could drop down a weapon, but right now, yeah, he just got Scow again. So this is actually going to just be fnatic not really invest in this one, but I certainly wouldn't mind it if they gave it a go. Fear so deep up here towards middle. How many can Fear get? He knows Netu's hit. He knows players are towards along. Fear is letting Netu slip the net. This is a risky play. Were we giving up the guaranteed kill? Spotting out SDY, he wanted to go for more. He's taking this risk. Fear. How many can you get? Spots 2 out. Fear taps away, takes down 1. SDY is honestly going to get this trade here. Fear's played a little bit deep. I mean, Fear has caused so much chaos. And SDY is here with a scout and the bomb.
Obviously, SDY will get the kill, but because it's the scout and not a rifle, that's what's even wasted an extra 10-15 seconds. Milty, though, nice find. Cypher on the scout, and it's SDY in a 1 versus 2. Posted up on the angle is Jambo, but he takes the tough decision of kind of the harder fight. Jambo, though, important trade. He does get that 6 found from fnatic. But yeah, a very awkward round, a very difficult round, and Fear just taking his time, being a real nuisance. Kind of expected maybe a little bit more from him, but either way.
I mean, one thing he did give us so much information. Let Netu pass initially, called to all his team. There's one player here, one player pushing down mid. Potentially could go towards lower tunnels as a lurk and hold. But I'm going to go behind long. I want more than this. It's going to be a play through B. Crims and Cypher defending, and nothing done between either of them. Not a single kill found. They're up against pistols. And bomb site's being taken just like that. Hence, it's been a force buy, but a force buy that consisted of Tech 9s. And it just looked very easy there.
Again, though, somehow Enter are just able to keep these kind of weaker weapon investments. I know it's a force buy, but it's somehow they're just keeping these rounds positive. That's twice now that we've seen these little half buys come through.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind a half buy being one. I'd I'd rather we could have seen a bit of a better defense there from Fnatic, because if I'm Ents, I'm looking at that B side defense and saying, that looks pretty damn exploitable. Why don't we just continue to go there? Crims and Cypher both on the bomb site. Util damage wasn't even a lot. Bullets weren't really connecting. It is still Ents leading. Play left, nice fight towards long. Blinded in a smoke, will be able to not quite connect the bullets onto Poddy, I believe. Define Blame second, but he does back away slightly. Nade thrown out. Bullets traded onto Blame F now. He's been brought down low, and Cypher's taking all of this space towards middle. So, and they might not realize it yet, but they're in a pretty tough spot as the bomb is on Netu and SDY, and the rest of the team are very split.
Yeah, Jambo. He gets taken down through the smoke. That's where a bit of misfortune might bring this round possible, but
Fear could just end up accidentally spotting players out towards B here. I think he did. Fear confirming that one is on the B bomb site. Crims on this fast flank. Bomb's gone down, and is this 4v4? Netu and STY are isolated towards B while there's two towards long. If this is a retake that is done quickly, and it could just be out of this round before they can really get there. Blame F's not considering this flank towards CT. Rigon's not connecting the shots though. But SDY and Netu are the two players out on the B bomb site. Fear all alone towards tunnels. 1 versus 3, and we'll only be able to find one. Ends bring things back. For a 5-2 deficit, they go on to find 6.
obviously for Ents, a couple of the rounds were a bit fortunate, but in the same vein, I don't think Ents have been undeserving of a 6-6 scoreline. I do feel like Fnatic have still had a little bit more control. It's just those half buys round, or those force buys that realistically we should be seeing go the way of Fnatic. Ents clearly have done a lot of work for it. So far, though, we are going to be heading into the second half. It is all square, and obviously, it's going to be leading for a very exciting second half, isn't it?
I mean, both teams obviously moving onto their second half. They're both teams statistically are very good at both sides. There's not a huge disparity in terms of statistics, and Netu's looking really sharp here on this pistol. SDY and Netu, the dynamic duo right now for Ents have been vital. Does give Ents their second pistol win here of the map. These are some great first two shots. SDY chiming in as well. Good looking pistol there, and it's sort of a bit of a reverse of what Ents had to deal with. They went for a B rush on their first pistol. Broke open the bomb site, won the round. To win the second pistol, then to go for a B defense, but it's the same names making the difference. I said at times I'm a bit worried what happens if someone like Poddy doesn't step up, doesn't have a good game. Who's going to pick up the slack? And so far here in the latter portions, SDY and Netu, they have been the two to do just that. And going to be a clean one here on round number 14, as it is just Blame F in a 1 versus 5.
Yeah, 1v5, Blame F, the Eagle. Is this going to be on all of Twitter for the next week? No, it's not. Rigon takes him down. Ents, important they win that pistol. It seemed like Ents have been lacking stability here throughout Dust. There's been a bit of a back and forth, but winning the pistol's given them that. They take the lead. They push 2 rounds ahead. This being their map pick, it's exactly what they'd want, exactly what they're hoping for.
Investment here from Fnatic though. Got AKs across the board, Jambo wielding the scout. Will be any early contact for Jambo. no one going to be looking towards middle for Ents, but they are having 3 players early towards B at least. Maybe just anticipating we could just see fnatic throwing a B rush out the gates.
I think a decision like that can actually work really well for a lot of teams on the T side, where you know you go for such a speed, such a level of pace that teams are very rarely going to be expecting in that first 4x versus 4x. So I actually quite like that from Ents, especially as well because it will promote for this double top tunnels aggression. With all this space being taken though, I do dislike the fact that Ents are aggressing towards short as well. Obviously the idea is for this kind of crunch, but Cypher has been having the slight look. Cypher will get one. Contact taken. Blame F. Can't double, so we are going to see this 3 versus 3. Long being taken now. SDY on the bomb site has been spotted. Crims will get one. SDY going 1-for-1 himself, so it's now Netu. 31 points of health. He is in the 1 versus 2. He drops a smoke, and now it's all about elevation. Oh, Netu gets the first, and that's the bomb carrier. And now Jambo's in the clutch. Obviously, Charlie, from what we've seen from fnatic and what we've seen from Jambo individually, he has been so key in these clutch scenarios. But can he piece this one together?
Yeah, missed a fair few shots this game. Had a bit of a more trickier time with things. Jambo has confirmed that space towards CT is clear. Is he going to be ready for long? Well, the jiggle was good enough to give off that idea.
I love it.
And Jambo, with the health advantage, takes the fight onto Netu. And we'll find good round from Jambo.
He throws a decoy as well, kind of all on the basis of, well, is he going to turn from it? I'm going to peek with it anyway. It's going to be, even that alone is going to create some pressure there for Netu. But yeah, really nice clutch there from Jambo. Obviously, he did have that advantage. And the second he clears CT, I think we all knew where that round was going to go. But really nice stuff. It's got to be said. fnatic, they needed a round.
Money. Heater on being broken for both teams, but Ents, they've got Poddy on the AWP, just 4 kills found so far. As one of the leading men for this Ents roster. Goes without saying we need to see more than that. Let's see why we'll kick things off with a nice opening kill towards under. Raygon drops a nade. Doesn't quite connect onto Cypher, but a little bit of chip damage. And just individual fights all across the map. Millsy wins on the Crims towards along doors there. We see SDY early towards tunnels finding Crims, and it just gives Ents 2-man advantage.
Again, as I said, Ents, they need a little bit more security here. And I think we have seen that now.
Replays remain for fnatic. What can you look to piece together from this? I like the call. You've got Cypher out towards middle. Fit and Blame both pushing from tunnels, but they've just mollied themselves off. And that's it. Pack up shop. Look to see if you can save for the next round. I mean, there's nothing you can do. You leave Cypher essentially. You try to win this round while we wait for this molly, and then we can join you later. I don't know if anyone's going to be allowed to save hit for fnatic. They can wait to take Blame down after time. They are going to. Blame finds a double, but I don't think Ents are going to mind all too much, knowing that he has not a huge amount of money to play with. In fact, was he taken down after time? Yeah, I think he must have. Because he got a couple of kills there. But it just had a bit of extra money, I suppose, and finding a few kills certainly helps out.
Right now, fnatic, they're feeling that pressure. They're feeling the presence that Ents have shown on this CT side. Because obviously, fnatic is going to be an eco here. Ents are going to find 10. And that's where things get a little bit uncomfortable.
fnatic will go for the full eco. No funny business. No risky force buys here, but for a team that was leading quite comfortably at the start of this map. 5-2, I believe. Haven't seen a huge amount since then. Ents have a little more done, and that's fantastic. HE grenade through the flames as well. Crim, Cypher, and Jambo all softened up, but Milsey can't find a single one of them. Great util damage, but the bullet still one connects. SDY steps up to clean up. He's on for the ace. Even more damage on Fear. The nade will be what finds. Dragon was still the ace away with the HE grenade, but SDY's not going to mind. 21-9. I think when a lot of people were sort of talking about the star on this team, even back when sort of you had Glaive at the helm, I think a lot of people were saying who is the star, and I think a lot of people thought SDY could be that man. I think a game like this, he's showing that he certainly can be. 21-9. I mean, unreal performance from SDY there, but he can't do it alone, not throughout this whole series. You can see quite a big disparity in terms of kills between him and the second, which will beat Netsu. And even more so when you look at the other three, Rigon, Milsey, and Poddy. Neither of which yet to hit double digits. What an important round here, though, for fnatic.
Oh, what a shot there. Yeah, that's a crazy kill from Jambo. Flame F will find, but not ready for the second of SDY.
Cypher sort of thank his lucky stars there that we don't see the nade throw. Or will be thrown late just to sort of tease Cypher that he might live. SDY finds a triple. We'll throw a nade on the bomb site. Doesn't quite connect onto Fear. The bomb will get planted. And SDY now wielding the AWP. They can give this one a go. SDY's found 3 already. Both players grouping up towards short.
SDY, he is having quite the game. Obviously, you mentioned who's the fragger, who's the impact player for Ents if SDY isn't fragging. Well, Charlie, no one cares for the answer of that question. Because currently, he is 24-9. I think this is one of those games that I think SDY is playing really, really well. But there is that slight black shadow in the back of his mind thinking, are we really, am I going to lose a game that I'm going 24-9 in? He's going to press tab and go, my AWPer has 4 kills. I have 20 more than him. And as you mentioned, Poddy has been one of the better players for this roster. It's a tough game. Honestly, if I was SDY, I'd be a little bit worried myself.
Still 2 rounds between these two teams. No issues with an investment for Ents. The same can't be said if they lose another. Since the weapons have been played, without a doubt they have been the better team. Spearheaded by the man on your screen right now. Long taken without too many issues. fnatic going to be biding their time before they look towards this portion of the map.
See money still in a spot for Ents where they can invest. The loss in this round could lead to a leveled up game. Already posted up here towards long, and that's where contact will be met. We've got Jambo lining up the flashbangs though. He's got 2. I believe it's Fear and Crims to aggress. Okay, well, there was flashbangs coming through. Jambo was sending 2 flashes. I really don't know why we've seen Crims just look to peek, but the util looks good here. Oh, blame F. Important frag. Cypher just playing on the edge of the smoke wall on a timing. Cypher, really big kill there. 3 versus 3. Poddy on the back of the bomb site. Jambo deals with him. Smoke now towards CT. Netju going to be retaking from short. We've got Rig on here in CT. The molly. Rig on. Ooh. Surely Cypher would have heard that. Jambo's got a flash. Same with Cypher. Elevated now is Rig on. All going to be about timing. Cypher, how has he not seen him? How has he not realised? Jambo will find I think Cypher's...
Yeah, we've got the DC from Cypher, so if Netu wins this 1v1, basically this clutch could go his way. Cypher goes down, Netu luckily
brilliant.
does not look towards long. Fear able to take him down. I mean, that was a really tense there.
I've never seen a DC or like a monitor issue mid like camera. That was so rough. We got to see that from Cypher's POV. He literally had him. He had him ready and waiting, but he obviously disconnects. But with Netu killing Cypher, that's just another bit of information. Fortunately, that round does go the way of fnatic, because that would have been devastating.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been a really brutal way for Ents to push themselves and propel towards that 13. But it's luckily not going to be, and just like what we expected between these two teams, it's been a closely contested game throughout most of this map so far. I mean, I certainly do agree, and I do believe that Ents have been probably the better team when weapons have been in play. fnatic haven't looked as consistent. And I think one way to know that is, apart from those initial 5 rounds of play, the last 2 rounds have been the only time this whole map that fnatic have actually strung 2 rounds together. A lot of their rounds have been won in isolation. So apart from that initial sort of 4th one that they had, where they won 4 in a row, it's all been the occasional round here, the occasional round there. Ents have been the ones to look a little bit more solid and concrete here on Dust. But fnatic, if we've got a streak going now, they're going to be up against Pistols, they can have a leveled up game. Maybe this consistency could be what they need. I mean, they're far more even in terms of this kill split as to what Ents are. But one thing that does have to be said is, sure, SDY's having a fantastic game. Apart from Netu, probably no one else really is reaching anywhere near the heights. One thing that these two guys are doing, though, is suddenly delaying a bit of time for Poddy to step up, for Rigon to have his moments, for Milty to shine.
Yeah, the issue is
that these final rounds they can do that.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a moment of, okay, yeah, SDY, he's been the facilitator. He's been finding the triple kills, the quad kills, you know, the close ace moments where, okay, yeah, I feel like, and do they fully need him in those moments? Probably not. And some of them have been against weaker investments. But SDY, he's found such impact throughout. And I think this is where, I guess, either he'll be kind of having this I guess, self-talk, or this, like, internal conversation where he's hoping for someone to step up. You know, SDY might be vocalizing it as well and saying, guys, come on, look, we need to really, someone needs to step up. Someone needs to, let's lock in kind of thing. Because for Ents, I think they can also evaluate that, what if fnatic just go towards a bomb site where SDY isn't defending? What if they just take the round in the first 15, 20 seconds? This game is still so close. It's 10-9. And as I've already mentioned, if we see Dust go the way of fnatic, Train isn't the greatest of maps for Ents.
Yeah, that's probably the only map in this series that we do have slightly more of a lead in towards one of these two teams. I mean, Overpass got a slight lean in towards Ents, but even then, fnatic have 1 game more played. There's still limited sample size for both teams. The map that's been newly introduced to the pool. I still remember watching Sinners on Overpass, I believe. I think they had a 100% win rate on Overpass, and I think they got absolutely bodied. I think they got like 2 rounds and lost 13-2 or something. And that's the thing, you can be good at Overpass, but it's still difficult to find consistency on a map that's just been brought into the pool again, and it's been a while since you properly played it. So there has certainly been moments where you can't always rely on that 3rd and final. It's going to be, what can you bring today? Who's going to be able to deliver when the occasion really matters the most? But add everyone back into the server now. I think we're just doing a final couple of checks to make sure we are all ready to go live. But Cypher back, certainly not going to want to disconnect in that fashion again, as even though fnatic don't actually get punished for losing the round, Money's not going to be in a nice spot because of it. If we had Cypher alive, there's a good chance all 3 of the remaining fnatic players live, and you can take 3 guns into the next round. But due to Cypher DC and not being able to find the first, which he would have, only 1 weapon's actually been able to be brought across, and that's where fnatic's still, economy's not really on their side.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit unfortunate. But again, at least it didn't cost them the round. I think that would have been so difficult. That would have been so tough. Just would have been one of those moments that if it won into the round, won into the game, we'd be saying, well, okay, yeah, they've gained some fortune, but great find from SDY. Absolutely brilliant there.
Obviously not this full investment, and it's just a couple of pistols invested and that scout of SDY. So even though we do see that one kill, we're going to need a few things more to go the way of Ents. And this is a great call to push towards the lower tunnel. Cypher gets caught out alone towards mid. fnatic, the only control they have of this map is towards along. It's going to have to be this play. Weapons have been retrieved. Can milzy just delay on this bomb site? And already has bought some time for teammates to rotate in. Rigon's Deagle finds this is an eco around a scout. fnatic, all the hard work that you've done just could get unraveled here.
Again, though, it's SDY finding a nice opener, but Rigon's double with a Deagle. Little moments like this just shouldn't be happening. flameF, he will get one. Oh, Fear with Util in hand. What are we really deciding to throw Molly towards Gandalf? It's a 2 versus 5. You cannot be giving your opposition timings like that. Big mistake there from Fear, I have to say. I think if he has his gun out, we're looking at an opportunity for fnatic.
An opportunity or not, should never have got to a 2v5 anyway. Started off with SDY's kill in middle, and then we see the lower tunnels aggression come through. And what a shot from Rigon and his Deagle as well. Well, it's now fnatic's turn to have weaker weapons, but this is not an eco, this is a force bite. They lose this, 12 is found from Ents. All started from an eco victory. flameF the only weapon. The man we have to look towards.
Obviously, flameF definitely is that player that you'd want to have that hero rifle for. This is where... Oh, nice nade from milzy. But this is where... 20 here towards blue box milzy. Okay, well, milzy fully blinded but still alive. Pony rotating round. flameF will get the pick here, but milzy still alive. SDY finding Jambo elsewhere. They've just allowed milzy to find so much. fnatic, that is just such an unnecessary error. I just don't really know why they've given so much time for players to rotate round and help milzy out.
Well, it's now 3 rounds required. The buy's even worse for fnatic than it was in the last. No hero AK. Still do have a scout in play, but it is just pistols surrounding it. It's now or never fnatic. 3 round hero needed to be able to take things here on map number 1. Flashbang sent over. Rigon gets a couple of easy finds, and things are shaping up to be Ents leading this series 1-0.
Yeah, it's going to come down to Jambo and Fear here, but it seems like Ents, they're in such a good position. Nice shot. We will see Jambo get 1 here. And I think there's been that slight realization. Okay, well, actually, let's not give so much away. We don't need to search for these kills so heavily. They're going to come our way. We're in a 5 versus 2, but now gone 4. I still don't see this being a massive issue here for Ents. And they should comfortably still be finding this round.
A smoke grenade on both Jambo and Fear, but they're going to want to find a kill. Jambo will peek, but the scout just gets the tag. SDY continues to spray and it instantly hits the head of Fear. 13-9. What a turnaround there from 4-1 down. fnatic only able to find 5 more rounds since that initial 5 of play. And so, like I said, they looked far better as soon as the weapons were out. Just couldn't see Fnatic actually string any of these rounds together, not to the same degree that we needed to. SDY had a hero performance, Netu chimed in at times as well. Wriggle towards the end of the game had a nice couple of rounds, but it certainly felt like the SDY show for most of that one. Really good performance from him. Now moving on to Train, a map that Fnatic have done some real harm to some real heavy hitting teams as well, and it's potentially going to be feeling a little bit more confident moving on to that pick now.
Yeah, obviously the only issue that Ents are going to face is they do play this map quite infrequently, and their most recent game has been a 13-0 loss. So I guess at least with that 13-0 loss, they would have had some time to kind of really say to themselves, well, actually, our train is very poor. We need to work on this. So they've had about 11 days since that last game. Hopefully the work is in play, because obviously Ents, they've got the opportunity to take the series in this next match. But as mentioned, it's the pick of Fnatic. They've looked pretty decent on it, and I'm excited to see how things do go on Train. Obviously, is Train. It is the map pick of fnatic. But Charlie, Ents, they had a great game there. I feel like the first, 4, 5, 6 rounds, it seemed like fnatic had control. But then Ents, they just got into groove. fnatic really struggled to get rounds on the board. They really struggled to have that consistency that's just needed against a team like Ents. I've got to say as well, Ents, when it came to the opening duels, 14 out of the 22 rounds. There was 3 clutches in the game. They all went the way of fnatic. It seemed like Ents actually just dominated Dust. And now we move to Train. What are we thinking, Charlie, as we head to Train?
Yeah, I mean, Train can be an interesting one, isn't it? Because I think statistically, what we have seen in the past, we do need to give fnatic their credit, honestly. They've been decent at this map. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't think they're perfect. We saw that their most recent gaming out against Guns, they had a great start on their T side. 8-4, and then they moved on to their CT side, and strangely, they just didn't look great. They did eventually end up winning that game, but it took all 24 rounds for them to eventually do so.
Ooh,
already right in the midst of this one.
Yeah. 3v3, Netu, he's found 2. DT's not even going to be going for it. So fnatic, they win the pistol.
Important for fnatic to do so, being a map down here between ends. Yeah, sort of what I was going to say. I think fnatic have a very good chance to win this, just because ends haven't been great at Train. But I do think if we can have SDY play to the same level that he did on map number 1, not that it would be easy for him to do so, if we can have that come through, if we can also have sort of Netu, Hoddy as well actually start to step up around. I mean, Netu did deliver, but it's sort of the other 3 that I want to see a little bit more from in this game. And I think, because I do think Ents are going to need a little bit more to be able to win Train than probably what they did on Dust or what they will do on Overpass. Our body will spot out Cypher, but not able to connect anything.
Cypher with a Mac 10 playing towards Ivy. I feel like that's probably the least common of positions if you've got one Mac 10, but I really like the setup here, actually. Rigon playing from the right-hand side out of pop. One of which, and it's an angle that I don't think would get fully cleared. They might have the slight look towards Olof, but generally on a jiggle. So this positioning here for Rigon can work out nicely. SDY is ready for a trade. We've also got Famas of Miltsy playing close by. This is a very aggressive and kind of forward stance to defend here from Pop. I quite like it. There's going to be plenty on a flank, at least that's what we know. Smoke here towards Z. Flashbang coming through. Cypher pushing through onto the bomb site. That's the Mac 10. Let's see if he can close the gap. See if he can make a real difference here.
Now spot down Netu will be taken down with that Mac 10. Opening kill. fnatic just look to exploit towards B once again. You have 2 players fast in the flank, but Fear is holding. Fear ready for it. SDY doesn't want to throw away this MP9. So we're just going to see Ents go for another save. We'll look to see if they can play with these weapons in the next. SDY perhaps looking for a bit of an exit frag here, but fnatic properly grouping up all towards CT. Not wanting to make even the minorest of mistakes. Wanting to make sure they keep everyone alive. Grims lingers around on the bomb site just to make sure there's no funny business.
fnatic. And this is kind of how they planned. And this is how they plan things to go. Maybe not the result of Dust, but I think we knew that when they were allowed and had the opportunity to pick Train, I think we knew they would kind of gravitate towards that. Just instantly, it's been their go-to map pick. It's their most played map, and again, I'm always for teams that kind of quickly adopt maps like Train and Overpass. I feel like we're seeing a lot more of Train and Overpass than what we were seeing just a couple weeks ago, which I am all for. Obviously, a lot of weapons saved from Ents.
Early pop control taken from the T's. We do have 2 CTs, that being Rigon and SDY nearby though, so certainly could look to regress into that position if Fnatic give them a chance to do so. But again, Brownhall's being taken from Fnatic. Once again, a call through B would be a perfect decision. It's an unmanned bomb site. Ready for the taking, Ents just fully gambling towards A. I don't mind a call like this. Look, you're on weak weapons. You've got Netu with just a USP. Not a huge chance in this round, but Fnatic, I mean, they're sure looking comfortable on their XQs towards B every single round so far.
Yeah, Fnatic. They are yet to face off against the full buy though. It's been these forced buy scouts, MP9s, and low utility. I'm interested to see how just to see how they fare with the full buys.
Right now, I'm not even needing to spot out any of the CTs to win a round. Again, Ents are just saving. And I suppose when you do have Regon and Netu on just pistols, SDY and Miltsy certainly can use an MP9 and a fast in the next round. SDY looks like he could have some players coming his way. SDY swings out, we'll find one low HP player in the corner, and Jambo luckily gets away with that. We will have the full investment now. And Miltsy's also going to have a little bit of cash to play with as this scout was just saved over. Not scout, sorry, for mass. But it is the 3-0 start for Fnatic. We knew they've had some good things. T-side has impressed me on this map. It's just been, I mean, I haven't watched a crazy amount of Fnatic's train, but in the games that I have, I didn't feel like the CT side was anything particularly special. It was the T side that felt like it's what's given Fnatic a decent chance in so many of these games. See if they can continue that. See if that trend can just continue where they can find some early dominance while being on this offensive side of things. But surprisingly, Brownhall's being a big point of contention for Fnatic, and it feels so embedded into their game plan. Let's take this space. Early doors. All of this control will be ours before we look for anything. Real aggression anywhere though from either team yet.
Well, I think it's because Ents, they've had the weaker weapons, they've had the 5.7s, they've had those types of kind of, you know, protocols in place dealing for any hut players or any pop players, but we haven't seen contact from Fnatic, and I think Ents have gone, well, okay, well now we've got the rifles, we're not going to go for a similar approach, we are just going to sit back and kind of make sure that we have an opportunity with these rifles. But nice find from Jambo here. Pody will take down Jambo, but Cypher kills with Rigon. Pody, he's got work to do, but there's a smoke one side, a molly the other, and teammates have fallen. What a great call and a great round here from Fnatic.
Yeah, and it's another spot on round for them. Not sure if Pody's going to be allowed to save this up. Cypher's already making his way in the flank. With just 19 points of health. He is going to be searching for something, but it does feel like he'll be shaping up for a save regardless. It's actually holding for Cypher. I mean, it's good for Pody. That should be good enough to make the save happen, but Fnatic probably aren't going to care all too much whether this AWP's in the hands or not, as for them, already 4 rounds found in the first 4 rounds of play. Yeah, Pody, no issue saving. But money's in a good spot for the T's anyway. Milsey, with the extra money that he had from bringing up, keeping the FAMAS in the last, as well as Pody saving the AWP, will actually allow Ents to buy, so maybe getting rid of the AWP might have had a bit more impact than I thought it would. Early util over towards A. We're having a bit more of a look in towards A main from Flame F early.
So many early nades down towards lower. Fnatic sent so much aggressive and damaging utility here, conditioned that they were so certain it'd be this kind of upper crunch, but we didn't see that. Ambo, he is... Oh, what? How is he here? How is he here? Well, SDY spotted him. Not here anymore. He's been taken down.
Yeah, very fortunate there for SDY, just catching a glimpse of Jambo before he's able to sneak into the back lines, because could have been a disastrous start for Ents despite getting the early kill. Crims out towards B, finds the first, spots the second. Nechu just biding his time, allowing SDY to rotate in and find impact off of the pressure he created. 2 assists for Nechu, but SDY with a triple quad in total.
SDY. I think that on switch just happened now. He's gone, actually, wait, wasn't I playing well on Dust? Let me go back to that. Quad kill there. Lovely from SDY.
Still money for fnatic to be able to invest. But it is slowly getting drained, and I think probably not far off one of these rounds being must win just for Ents. They can break the cash of fnatic, bring their scoreline closer. They are on the favoured side on this map. You need to actually be able to show it though. Late. I haven't had much plays through Ivy really. We do have Jambo here with the AK, but fnatic, they certainly have looked to prioritise taking this space over towards B rather than looking for much in Ivy, and it's allowed probably Ents to get away with not putting too much stock or pressure into those positions.
MF. Obviously, LameF is usually that real operative player, that real difference maker. He's been very quiet so far this game. Yet to find a frag. Milty in the same situation, and BlameF taken down again.
And
Guns are out for Ents, and
looks like they've done what I've asked for. They needed to win this round, break the money of fnatic, and actually be able to bring themselves back into this game. And with fnatic just likely going to have to go for an eco hit. And should have no issues finding 3, bringing this scoreline a little bit closer. I mean, it's almost necessary for them to do so, as fnatic 4 rounds early on the T side. It's a really good platform to sort of just be able to push themselves to a very good first half, and on the T side, the weaker side, when Ents haven't been great at this map in general, they can't really allow for something like that to happen.
yeah, I think the biggest issue that Ents are going to face is, you know, their T side is very poor, as you've just mentioned. So, look, that kind of idea, better late than never. Cypher taking his time with the P250 will get 1, and Crims finding Milty as well. Rigon ready and waiting, jumping around the corner is 2. Rigon finds a 3rd. Rigon, excellent moment there. Gets a 4th as well. I think Rigon's a player that I think he was held in a very high regard for quite some time. Had a little bit of time, I guess, out of the limelight, but now here on Ents, I think a little reminder of what Rigon can do there. I know it was just against the Pistols, but clean kills there. We've seen players mess up those little moments in the past. Rigon called upon and does fine.
That is Ents with 3. We're expecting that great nade. Jambo tagged down early. Nechu and Potty set up here. Nechu not spotted, and he is able to try to pound Sphere. Looked a little bit caught out despite him in the play to spot first. The play to have the advantage, and damage sadly all Fear could find. No kill confirmed. BlameF getting pressured upon. Timing's a bit unfortunate as Rigon does aggress towards A main. Cypher's there with a trade, but still fnatic disadvantage. You can see fnatic have conditioned Ents quite heavily towards B. So there are two players, STY and Netu here, but I like the decision to aggress. Netu being a low HP player to take all of this space. I would have minded Netu to sort of be right behind, SDY to be right behind Netu here, but it's quite a distance in space. Util thrown out towards B, Netu's making the long flank while SDY will go towards Pop Dog. fnatic.
Yeah, quite like this from Jambo. He's silently clearing this out. He's got Cypher behind him. The issue is they kind of need a kill before they even tap the bomb or before they punch in the digits because they don't have any intel. Cypher, one plant coming through now. Miltzy is in a good position. SDY and Netu both with a lot of utility. I think the util could be a real benefit in this retake, especially with the positioning of Cypher. And there's the nade. And they know about Jambo. Stick of the bomb. The full 10 seconds stick though. And Jambo, he's crept on the right-hand side. He'll take down the diffuser, Jambo. I love how he played that, recognizing that there is that slight gap on the left-hand side of that smoke that SDY would be peering through. And that's why he hugs that right wall. It doesn't matter because SDY still wins the clutch, but a nice attempt there from Jambo.
Yeah, that was always going to be the tough thing. STY was never going to let him get away with that. Even if Jambo tucked towards under heaven, that always felt like he was going to get found eventually just with how low he was, and SDY sort of having him pincered there. But nice play to at least make it a plausible clutch. But this is Ents leveling up the game after being 0-4 down. Similar to how things started on Dust, really, where fnatic had a great start there, but weren't able to close things out. Weren't even really able to continue things as much as I would have liked to see.
And it was also that idea that the second the weaponry was in play for Ents, that's when they had a lot of stability, a lot of control, and that's something we've kind of seen here as well. I don't think fnatic fans are going to feel worried, but there is the idea that they might have lost some good graces and good ground. Made a molly combination. That is excellent from Pody. Fear getting a double though. Pody needing to get something here, but not found. Crims takes him down. fnatic, they deny Ents finding the lead. fnatic get 5.
Yeah, a bit more weight put towards A in that one from fnatic. Being very disciplined on their T side. Haven't seen anything early. Haven't seen anything aggressive. Just been defaulting with Blamef normally alone towards A main, just giving off a bit of presence before fnatic end up making their call. But do see them have a few more players there, a few more players towards Pop, and just take some early gunfights, and it works out in their favour.
Nice utility early on. Oh, it seemed like Blamef should have been able to line 2 up there, but he just couldn't find the frags. Blamef, where has he gone here, Charlie? He's 1-9. A moment like that where 2 players are lined up, you're thinking Blamef gets the double for free, but it just hasn't been seen. Blamef has been very much missing here on train. And this is not the moment for fnatic to have their star going silent.
He's been shut down quite early towards A main on a few occasions. We've seen Rigon go for some aggressive plays. Not necessarily this aggressive that we're seeing right now, but the timing that he takes to fight onto Blame has been a bit unfortunate for him. Rigon's had all this space, and sadly, it's not actually going to matter as it still wouldn't be towards A the finish. So he goes back towards A main. He is this sort of contingency that's eventually going to strike. There he is, finding Fear. That's the bomb as well. Jambo and SDY in the smoke on one another. Jambo does take down the 2 low HP players, but still 3 more to find. Got a fair bit of time to play with, but I doubt Rigon, Poddy, and Netu are going to let Jambo win a 1 versus 5 hit.
I think Jambo, the issue is so far away from things here, and he has just shot. So Pody, perfect information. fnatic unable to keep the lead for very long, as we are seeing 5 apiece.
Do you still think it is necessary for Ents to be able to win the half hit? I mean, at least we're not going to see Ents get a 30-node like we did against Namiga in their most recent game. That was certainly not what Ents wanted in that series, to say the least.
Of course not. Of course not. Obviously, I think for... I don't know. I think for Ents, I think winning the half would be beneficial. I think, honestly, Charlie, I think if they can get themselves 6, at least it's enough. At least it's not them losing the half. I think losing the half on your CT side, that's where things can get really difficult. I think we know that Ents' T sides have been a little bit disappointing in the past, but look, we've got Blame F who's 1-9. You know, that's not a stat that anyone's usually going to be thinking about. We're assuming that Blame F's going to be a top performer and a consistent fragger. So I think, again, it's a little moment like that where stats, we can't really massively just draw towards them.
There's one positive for Ents is Body. He's already got 3 kills more than he found in the entirety of Dust.
Yeah, much better performance out of Pody. Still won that game as well, obviously, so... dropping down.
Yeah, just do what he can to deny this bomb, but Crims was the player with this, with the bomb on his back, so no chance for the bomb plant. 1 versus 5, or the veteran in the server. But Ents, at the very least, are going to find 6. We have seen these two play training against one another before. It's been a little while since we've seen them. It's been about a month. Then it was fnatic winning this map 13 to 4, so quite a dominant one. But it was the CT side for Ents that let them down on that occasion. Didn't find enough success on their defense, and for a CT side map, you have to be able to do that. So I still do think Ents need to win the half. And I understand what you mean in terms of 6 gives you something, but I still think against a side like fnatic,
it's interesting though. We've seen this game twice in the last 3 months. We've seen fnatic play Ents on Train. We've seen 13-3, 13-4, but they've been different results. They've been fnatic winning one, Ents winning one. So I think it's clear that both these teams, we can see dominant results out of them. We can see good and bad results. Yet it's not always about the game. Sometimes you need to have kind of context as well. That it was just, you know, a very dominant game from both these teams. So stats, again, we can't massively look at. We can't massively take kind of account of.
I suppose I do think one thing that has been notable is we've really seen fnatic bring Train into their roster just about a month and a half, 2 months ago, so it's still really reasonably early doors since they started playing this map against Ents, that they sort of did get bodied a little bit. They played a lot more maps since then.
Yeah, obviously.
Great find from Cypher with the Deagle, weakest weapon in play, and he did get that impact. Body being tagged down, flashbang's not good enough, Crims will dodge, so 6 to 6 is all that Ents will be able to find. I suppose when you look at it, in terms of how the rounds have gone and that initial 4-0 start for fnatic, it's not all bad. We do see that resurgence that Ents probably did need if there's any chance for them to take this in 2. It's Body in a 1 versus 3. They know exactly where he is, dropping the smoke, dropping the flashbang. And eventually will be found from Jambo through the smoke. fnatic, they'll be more than happy with that T side. Gives them plenty of chances to work with here. But the initial rounds towards B, things looked really smooth sailings. 4 rounds reasonably uncontested.
Yeah, no, from 4-0 up, Ents, it could have been a 7-5. It did feel very similar to what we saw on map 1, doesn't it?
Yeah, certainly at times, but definitely not as one-sided as... Or Dust certainly isn't as one-sided as a map like Train is, so... Still a lot of intrigue. I think this pistol is going to be pretty important for Ents to win. But equally, fnatic, they are the team that are down a map in this series. They could do with winning it just as much as Ents could. I don't mind this pistol from Ents here. Just plays waiting for any aggression. Crims is aggressive towards B, but isn't actually going to peek.
a huge risk if Grims does decide to peek, obviously.
Life are just jiggling, and Crims will peek off of that. Information gained here for the T's. At least 2 players towards B. It is also here, but he is unknown. It's going to be util towards A. Ambo tagged down early. Rig on the entry, taking all of this space. Fear on the back of the bomb site has been spotted, but Jambo gets the opening kill.
Yeah, Netu needing to trade, needing to find a kill, but Fear does really well to get his second of the round, and now Pody and SDY. Not the easiest of scenarios. Up with the bomb, though. He's got the bomb on their side. Great shot from Jambo. He's low HP, but he's still finding. It isn't the stick of the bomb, but now they know. Always able to... How is he not taking down the diffuser there? Obviously, it was a 1 versus 4. It's not as though it's an easy round at all, but there was still that idea that Ents could have won that one. Key for fnatic to win that pistol. That's now both pistols going their way. It'll be helpful for them.
Yeah, it's only giving them a big helping hand here. Do Ents look to go for any sort of investment, or will they rely on their T side and their weapons? Well, we are seeing the buy. Honestly, I can't blame them for it.
Yeah, look, I think you're right. I think both teams, their T sides haven't been incredible, and I think for Ents, because they didn't have the best of, because they didn't have the best of CT sides themselves, they feel like, well, actually, do we have the opportunity? Do we have the space to kind of just give up a free 8th round? And we've got the opportunity to, you know, make some real issues for fnatic if we do win on this this force bite. We are seeing players moving back to spawn though, so it is safe to say we are just going to be seeing a restart here. Nothing out of the ordinary. Does happen obviously with online Counter-Strike quite frequently.
I don't believe Ents threw any early util, which certainly benefited them. Just the fact that fnatic won't be fully aware whether this is going to be the full buy from Ents or not just yet, but I'm sure fnatic will have a suspicion that, look, Ents are losing already on this weak side of the map as well, and they might just need a bit of good fortune to go their way.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the Ents investment is going to be seen. I think it's going to be understood as well for fnatic. I think it would be pretty outrageous if they felt confident enough to just go for the eco, especially as well because it means their first full buy. It's not going to have the ult for Pody, and Pody's been much better here with the big green.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's not as sort of normal anymore that you see someone like Pody have quite an underwhelming result on map number 1. Of you don't really expect that from him anymore. It feels like maybe a few months ago, maybe about 6 months ago, it's not that surprising. It felt he was a little bit more inconsistent back then. But now he has felt like he's been quite a stable part of this team, even though he is still very young, even though there's still plenty of time for him left to develop it. It felt like you see less of those sort of maps, and it felt like a bit of a one-off. So I would have been surprised if he had a disappointing rest of the series, and I'm certainly expecting some big things from him on Overpass, similar to Jambo, which you highlighted in the pre-game when we saw these map vetoes come through. But it's going to be important for him to keep this up, and whether he can have the same impact that he did on the CT side or this T side, that's going to have to be what we wait for.
Yeah, back into the action we'll be going shortly though. Again, Blame F is still really struggling here. I think on the T side, I think we both know, on the T side, you can have someone pick up the pieces, right? You can have someone, you know, looking, you know, to make kind of a real difference and, I guess, pick up the slack. But on the CT side, if Blame F's still just not hitting shots, just isn't performing well, there is still that idea of if Ents can figure out where he's playing, you can just kind of look to try and head there. You can try and find, you know, kind of an avenue to deal with fnatic. Not to say that's what they're going to do, and not to say that's how they're going to find success, but still. I think there is that idea that if BlameF is still struggling, hence you can figure out where he's playing from, and then try and look to capitalize on that.
Jambo under pressure here early through Ivy. Cypher does find the first kill onto Rigon. SDY lucky to be alive there. A couple of missed shots from Jambo, but Milsey won't be given the same amount of luck. Body Scout does connect onto Jambo, has softened him up, but Cypher finds his second of the round onto SDY. In this round's fallen a bit flat for Ents. They try a bit of a faster approach towards Ivy. They do get punished. I mean, look at the minimap. 4 players swarming around that position for fnatic. This has been spotted up and will be found by Poddy and his scout. Bomb plant wouldn't be too bad here. Actually, knowing he needs to find something. Bomb can get planted. No util to take down Poddy just yet. But will eventually go down to the bullets. fnatic pretty comfortable there against the force buy of Ents. Bomb plant should allow for the AWP to come out for Poddy. Not in the next round. In the round after.
Yeah, obviously, fnatic. The fact they get that round, they can push even further. I think for fnatic, finding victory here on Train is so vital because the Dust 2 performance, they had the odd moment here or there, they had the positives, but it wasn't perfect. It had irregularities, and that's why I went against them.
Ooh, Jambo. Not quite as clean with the rifle as he would like to be. Milsey does punish. Deagle does connect onto his head, so I'm at advantage here for Ents as we're in a bit of a half bite. Upgraded pistols and armor. Sounds like this suddenly can fall apart. Cypher does get one. There's a second player here in Fear. And she will just back up. He's got the bomb on his back. Doesn't want to go down and potentially just cost his team the round.
Obviously, for fnatic, keeping their finances high is so key in moments like this.
Damage is being dealt to Fear. Fear will be taken down. You still do have Crims here who finds the bomb planter.
That's the important thing. That kind of creates some problems. But Rigon again with the Deagle. We've seen moments like this from Rigon before, but Cypher will take him down. Missed shot from Poddy there, but again for fnatic, it gets a little bit worrying, a little bit nervy. Obviously, only 2 survivors. And that's going to create some problems financially. BlameF's going to have to drop. That's obviously for Fear. Crims can invest himself. Oh. Jambo's dropped as well. Yeah, the finances could be far better, far greater for fnatic. And now for Ents, I think they've realized, well, actually, we've done really well with the Deagles here. If we can win this 4x versus 4x, we give ourselves a bit of a chance. Miss Molotov there from Jambo. He's going to be going for an early peek towards A main, but no one through this. SDY already quite fast here towards B. Crims playing behind this smoke.
I mean, that's the thing. I think if Ents were able to, on their actual second round force buy, they were able to do a bit more damage, only finding 1 kill there. Yeah, they could have been in a really good spot, but equally, even if fnatic lose this round, there's a good chance we're going to see a couple of players save at least, and there they can still bring out an investment. Suddenly don't look like they're going to lose it. So far, they haven't really looked like they were going to lose a round apart from sort of upgraded pistols in the last. Jambo with the opener, Cypher. Nice angle that he's playing right now. Quite an aggressive stance. See, if he does back away, this will be information gained by Netu. Shadow spotted. Fear will find 2-man advantage here for fnatic, but Fear peeking back into Ivy. Doesn't just give Poddy the kill, but gives the T's this space.
A missed shot from Jambo as well. This is where Nechu needs to activate. He's got a good timing. Oh, okay, Nechu taken down. Rigon holding for Cypher, though. That's the issue. Cypher was there in A main. Oh, they've just... Has Nechu not spotted him? I thought he jiggled and saw him. Well, Crims finally been seen. Finally accounted for. Nade to allow Crims to push on out. Positioning for Rigon's brilliant, though. And he spotted Crims. Now Rigon backing away. Crims with intel are both. Molly landing. Odie needs to back away shortly. Oh, in fact, he's going to have to go forward. Odie, though, third kill of the round. Excellent AWPing here from Pody. But it's the kill that Rigon gets onto Cypher that completely changes this round. If Rigon doesn't get that frag onto Cypher, we see Nechu get traded right here. And that's where we're looking at a very plausible round here for fnatic. Excellent, though, from Rigon getting that kill. But obviously, Pody, what? You know, a very impressive round.
Yeah, what a turnaround. I mean, that probably could have been fnatic started to wrap up things here on train and set their sights towards Overpass, but despite the two-man advantage, Ent still fight back, showing that maybe they're not quite there on train, but the individuals can really impact things when needed to. Just going to be these pistols here, with fnatic having no saved weapons, no reinvestment. It's a full stack towards B. All 5 CTs reside here. There is Util over towards A. Cypher is starting to rotate off. Space is just being taken from Rigon.
Rigon will take down Cypher. He'll coming through, and surely this is where... Oh, okay, well, Fear gets the pick. Still 3 towards upper, though. Hence, they've sent some players, obviously, towards A. To keep fnatic guessing and keep their attention, but... Oh, Jambo opportunity here. This is a 3 versus 2. Important for SDY to get that kill.
I mean, I don't mind what Ents were doing. Util towards A. Send Rigon out to probe. Does find one, but I think after he gets pinged down by the second, maybe we should have had a bit more of a look there. Out towards B from Ents, but still just waited. Miltsy to do something as well. They would find 1 kill, get traded, and at that point, Ents knew, okay, there's still a max of 1 toward B. That's when they pushed out, but I wouldn't mind them to get a bit more of an advanced stance, because as you can see, SDY is the only survivor for Ents. It gets super costly on a round where, I mean, that wasn't even like a deagle round that Ents had, where there was armor behind those weapons. There was a couple of deagles, couple of USPs, not a lot else to really speak of. Maybe a 5-7 as well, but very little invested there for fnatic. It still does come right down to the wire, but 1 round separates these 2 teams.
We see investment for fnatic. Last 4x versus 4x went the way of Ents. SDY getting very aggressive. He's been sent in. Cypher taken down. Fear spotted towards the back red. Nechu aggressing now with the bomb. Crims being given opportunity. Crims can get 2. Oh, the trading and spacing is pretty poor. Rigon, got to be cautious. Down to 2 HP now as Rigon. He's got information of 2 now. Jambo finds Rigon. He's been hurt. Taken down by Blame F. The trading there, I don't know why they pushed through the Molotov, but it goes so poorly. Crims getting 2 here. Just should never happen.
Yeah, now back to the drawing board for Ents. That was such a pivotal round. The damage that fnatic did with the pistols deny any investment from the T's here. It will be an easy 11th for fnatic. 2 rounds away from finding victory on train, bringing us onto the 3rd and final. Jambo's AWP. Here in Ivy, there's going to be a lot of bodies coming his way. This is the first shot. We'll spot out a second, and Not interested in re-peeking into 4 of them, so just drops the smoke.
Obviously, right now, fnatic are in a very good spot. They should be able to find 11. Puts them in that sort of operative position, not only for this map, but the idea of this series. Nice shot from Jambo. Gonna be this continual aggression. Too close towards A main. Rigon will get 1, but doubt anything else will be seen. 11 for fnatic now. Ents needing 5 in a row if they want to take it in regulation. 4 to confirm themselves a spot in overtime. But seemingly, fnatic should be able to push to a 3rd and final now. They're in such a good spot, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think this is what we always thought. Although these two teams can be super evenly matched, it does feel like fnatic do have the edge on train in particular. It feels like that's what we're seeing in the scoreline. A close game, but fnatic, for me at least, always did feel like they were in a good enough spot to take things on here on train. That 4-0 lead that they had, 6-6 half, they'll still be happy with them winning the pistol. Felt like Ents were always trailing, even when they were able to bring themselves technically in the lead. Opening frag from the in-game leader. Fear finds Netu. Elsewhere does take down Cypher. Ammo's honestly hasn't looked quite as sharp as we're used to, and it does allow Netu to find a double. Now bomb site has been taken. Bomb is still on Poddy. He is towards A main, wary about any sort of flank, but the longer he takes, the closer BlameF gets, and I can't imagine Poddy's going to hold this angle the whole time. And Poddy finally starts to push out now as BlameF rounds the corner and pushes towards A main. And looking at where Fear's playing from, I was going to say we might just end up seeing some exit frags being held. So Ents will find 9. They do deny fnatic getting map point.
Thing is, though, they still have to do it so many more times. They've got to win another 5 in a row. Or another 4 in a row, sorry. 5 in a row in total, obviously. What are we feeling? Is there the idea that Ents can do this? Are we feeling confident? Is it always going to go the way of fnatic? What's our idea, Charlie?
I mean, I'm not necessarily feeling confident. I think there's always an idea when entering the server. Even if they are playing against the likes of fnatic, I certainly think they can do it. I mean, this would be a sort of must-win round for them, as you can kind of guarantee a round after that as well. Bring the scoreline back to 11-11, and at that score, it doesn't matter if you've been a team trailing or not. All it takes is a couple of good rounds, and next thing you know, the game, the map, this series is concluded. But I certainly would be more optimistic for fnatic's chances than I am Ents's. Just looking at some of the rounds that they have won on their T side, it's been a lot of individual moments, and it's been a lot of rounds that Ents been disadvantaged in. You even look at the last, Netu had no right finding 1 kill, but just missed shots from Jambo, allowing Netu to not only find 1 but get a second. BlameF has pushed through Netu here. Netu waits for a double, Netu gets it. And this is what I mean, it's another round, it's a 2-man disadvantage, but Netu gets a double.
And Jambo still holding towards Ivy here. Miltsy, if he jumps across and allows Pody to peek, oh, Jambo gets a freebie. Pody repositions though, he can get posted on this angle. Jambo taken down, and now this is where Fear is under pressure. He drops a Molotov as well, great information, 40 seconds. Netu, he's done so much work, and he gets another. Netu's been clinical in this round. I feel like when we had Netu back on that Mouse NXT roster, I think he was such a talent, such an important player, but always overshadowed. There was always someone else who was a bigger name, a louder voice. But Netu, little moment like that.
Oh, it isn't planted for Netu here. If Poddy goes down, this round becomes so difficult, but he's just been able to sneak his way into Z. But how much further? Poddy does look back. A smoke on the bomb. Crim spotted out. 3 HP. The nade will find. Crims wins the 1 versus 2. And I think a big missed opportunity there in that 1 versus 2. You see Netu instantly heads towards pop, but it leaves Poddy really paranoid about the Z, and then wary about old bomb as well. And there's just too many positions where Poddy doesn't feel comfortable planting for, so he ends up just planting backside, and it means as soon as he gets taken down, the round's pretty much done from there. Crims could have just stuck the defuse. But this was the double from Netu in the last, this was the double from Netu in this one. And that's the issue. It feels like fnatic are the better team on this map. They are just making mistakes, which is allowing Ents to get back into these rounds. But 3 in a row needed for Ents just to be able to bring things here to OT. Here with the panic jump gets taken down. Milsey not even going to be interested to try to take down BlameF and get the trade on his in-game leader. SDY, in case you have missed it, is just wielding a Glock. Now he's got a Deagle actually.
Obviously, Ents, I think things now look a little bit tricky, and they get a little bit tricky because this is looking as though fnatic should comfortably find this. Cypher. Important fight onto Pody. Jambo in the back lines. Now, well, it's now just Melty, 1 versus 4. Train looking as though it's coming to an end, and it will. Okay, fnatic victorious. They pushed that 3rd and final as expected. When we looked at the vetoes, I think Ents kept things a little bit more competitive and closer than many imagined. But now, Charlie, we're going to be heading to Overpass. But thoughts and feelings after Train?
Yeah, it was a good game for fnatic. I mean, Jambo's top of the scoreboard. I think he might be disappointed by a few rounds, as I do think he could have actually done a lot more, but I think that speaks volumes with 21 and 14, and I still think he could have done a lot more. Great game from fnatic there. I do think there's still issues that they have to work on. I don't necessarily know if it's intrinsically down to Train, and it feels a little bit more in terms of just them making mistakes as a team. But we saw the same mistakes being made against Guns in that round of 16 game in a super close series that we saw between both teams. fnatic, a monstrous first half on Train against them. They won it 8-4, but it's the mistakes that they made on the CT side that brought the score on a lot closer. And didn't feel like they were probably good enough at their T side to probably actually bring that back off of tactics alone. So a lot of the moments did come off of individuals. I think fnatic, I don't want to say they got away with anything there because they did feel like the better team, but I still want them to sort of iron out a couple of these issues because it feels like maybe if Ents were a better team at Train, we probably could have seen that go to OT. I wouldn't have been surprised if we see things go to OT, and fnatic would have probably been stunned in terms of how we got there. But neutral in the series once again, and on to Overpass as this 3rd and final. Already sort of spoken about how this map, still with it being very new into the pool, just because we've seen some good things in the past, doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be guaranteed. Consistency can be an issue on a new map that's brought in. I'm excited for this one. It feels like a great way to round out our first semi-final here.
Yeah, obviously, you're going to be heading to Overpass in a matter of moments, but obviously these two teams. And it's going to be Overpass to determine it. Charlie, what are we thinking heading into this one?
Yeah, I mean, it's grand final spot now, isn't it? Look, you said Blame F underwhelmed slightly on Train, didn't matter. Potty underwhelmed slightly on Dust, it didn't matter. Both maps still went the way of their respective teams. Now, there's no second chances, there's no excuses, is there? We need to see players step up. There couldn't be anything worse than sort of Blame F underperforming and losing this map. This is for a grand final. We know how important these VRS points are. We know how important it is for these teams to climb their way through the rankings and just cement themselves sort of comfortably in a decent position. We've got the major coming up. We've got big events coming up. We need to see these two teams and do what they can best. But the most important thing now is there's a grand final waiting in the wings. In just a few hours, Fred, we'll find out our victors. But before that, we need to confirm which one of these two teams are going to be the first to make it there.
Yeah. Obviously, I feel like Ents are they looked a little bit more they looked a little bit more persuasive on Train than Fnatic did on Dust. I know people are going to be saying, Fred, the scoreline was 13-9 apiece. What are you on about there? I mean, more isn't. The opening duels were a little bit more even. The clutches were a little bit more even. The ratings was a little bit more even. It seemed as though the game overall was a little bit more even, but pistol round looking good for Ents so far as they've got themselves in a 4 versus 2 scenario.
Yeah, unless you're trying to spam it away at Cypher as well. Got the diffuse kit just waiting in their smoke. A lot of weights on Cypher. He's taking gunfights all across the board. Rig on towards long. 3 here in middle. Cypher is still on his lonesome fist. Started to finally rotate in. There is obviously a diffuse kit. There's no need for Fnatic to rush this. With 2-man deficit, it's not going to be easy anyway. In Fit, taking a bit of a step back. Question, is he going to go for a save for a second there? Fierce found. Cypher finally does get his second kill that has been eluding him. Searching desperately. Milsey's just dancing around. Cypher finds his third. There's not going to be any fantastic clutch here for Fnatic in the first round. Pistol goes away with Ents on this T side.
Ents obviously trying to find themselves the victory here.
Been interesting actually when you look at sort of how these two teams played on this map, because Ents actually have like massively favoured this CT side to a point where the T side's been a bit underwhelming at times by quite some margin, whereas Fnatic, although the CT side has maybe not been as successful, they've been quite a decent bit better at their T side than Ents have. So it's going to be interesting in terms of what we see from both teams on this map.
I think this first half is all going to be about setting the tempo. Jambo with a scout connecting to Milty. 3 versus 3, but Rigon, important pick there onto Fit.
Smoke down, blocking off any vision for Cypher. Flashbang does come over, trying to send Cypher in, but found by Potty's AK. And Jambo soon to join his teammates in the grave. Ents able to best the force bite off Fnatic without too many issues. Now just up against the eco. This is going to be a good start here for Ents on Overpass.
Yeah, obviously, Ents can get themselves, 5-6 rounds on their T side. They'll be overjoyed. Obviously, because they've got nearly a 30% difference in win rate between their CT side and T side. And when you look at round proportion of the rounds that they've gotten here, they played 121 rounds of Overpass in the last 3 months. They won 67 of those. Of those 67, about 60 have been found on TT side. Maybe not to that standpoint, but you understand the premise. Been very, very massively favouring the CT side, and things are looking good. Pody will be able to find 2 in this one. Rigon gets the 1, but Netchu up Con finding a double. No casualties for Ents against the kind of Deagles invested, so this is now giving Ents a good springboard here.
Yeah, First weapon round for fnatic though. AWP on Jambo. Tactical pause for Ents. They know that they've had an easier time of things up against the Force Buy and up against the Eco of fnatic. Now though, this is the real test. This is when the weapons are in play. If Ents can win this one, they'll pretty quickly look to have that 5-0 start, and that's where you're sort of already a little bit worried about fnatic and saying, hey, they've got to really turn things around and turn things around fast. But it all comes down to whether Ents can win this round or not. And it's a good buy. I've been hoping that we could see this map in play just so we get to see Poddy and Jambo on not only one of my favourite maps, but one of my favourite maps to watch AWPers play on. So many different ways you can play it. You can go for some very aggressive peaks, very aggressive finds, a lot of re-aggression in Jambo, who was the top performer on train. Him with this AWP can be such a difference maker.
Obviously for fnatic, this is going to be a really important round for them to sort of set their stamp of approval of this map. Milty, oh, important kill for Milty to get. Flashing in. Cypher's already backed away though.
That's not an easy find for Milty onto Fear, but able to take it, and Cypher not wanting to give up the advantage. We'll just back away, so it remains as 4-on-4, but I like the idea that fnatic go for the re-aggression very quickly towards short water. Player barrel spotted, that being Cypher. Jambo's actually rotated down towards B here. It's Rigon and Nechu. And just go as a pair up towards A, take all this space. Blame F steep towards long. Obviously making this noise on B, but it's the A play that's all been taken. SDY does have the bomb on his back. Blame F looks back towards the bomb site, has been spotted and does get punished by Nechu. Bomb can just rotate up towards A now. SDY is still holding. But now, taking his time. But just judging by the positions of the CTs, it feels like they're already setting up themselves to go for the save.
Yeah, obviously for fnatic, their best showing. We see that aggression into short from the CTs, and it looks as though they should find both, but just wasn't fully confirmed. It's not as though they had a player ready to send a flash or anything like that. I've got to say, needed to see a bit more from fnatic, because this could be quite comfortably a 5th hit for Ents.
The re-aggression from Rigon and Nechi to make all the difference though. They're in all the space out towards A. As soon as they find Blame F, that's this round wrapped up. They can have some really deep control, and Jambo and Crims don't want to give up these weapons. Knowing how easy it would be for them just to give them away for free. Events do find 4. Half by around the saved guns. Obviously with the loss bonus being full, it's still a pretty decent buy. A couple of MP9s, you've got the AK saved, the AWP. And Cypher just with the 5-7.
Yeah, with Jambo's up, it's all about what he can find. He's playing towards long. He is alone. Oh, Jambo. Realising that the shoulder that he's just seen from Rigon wasn't the cracking of the wall. Blame F gets a second here in con. And it was an AWP and a rifle saved.
Oh,
and a half by round.
He spotted. He could have seen the boost. Threw the sort of rail in there, but he just didn't clock it.
It's a 1v4 for SDY. What a great round from fnatic. Grims has been spotted. SDY can get a second. Might be able to get the bomb down now. Blame F. Blame F is making noise. Molly to be sent. Blame F pushing through though. Nice there from Blame F. Triple from Blame F. Really nice. fnatic, they will get themselves their first round on the board here.
Yeah, not bad from SDY there. Funded a couple of kills, getting the bomb plant. Will at least stop Fnatic bringing too many weapons across free of charge. It was just a half buy. We're going to see a buy from Fnatic regardless, and they have 4 weapons as well, where you can see money instantly start to boom out of nowhere. But Bonplant also just keeps a little bit of extra cash in the reserve for ends. But first round foul for Fnatic, like you said. Now we need to see what they can do off of this. Only thrown deep in mid. Jambo gets one at his feet, just so we can't go for an early peek.
Nice from Fear here, but Netchu, important trade.
SDY taking so much damage to the flames there, brought down to 3 HP. Fnatic feel confident leaving Jambo alone towards A. I'm not that confident as BlameF is rotating back up. Will be 2 defenders for Ents to try to find on B, both of which playing towards Monster. He gets sent out, flashbang's great, Crims goes down for nothing, Cypher just 1 for 1. And BlameF and Jambo mid-rotation, BlameF is smoked off.
Oh, double nades onto Pody's position, and Molly as well. He's forced out. So much damage dealt to Pody. 75 health combined on all 3 players here for Ents. Not really the scenario you'd want to be in, but let's see how they can weather this one. Jambo does have an AWP, so I guess the lack of health on the 3 isn't the biggest issue, but this is where BlameF can do a lot of the heavy lifting. Does have a kit. Slowly creeping closer. It's all about the bait though, and Netchu can find, that's the 4th of the round, and Jambo, all that remains, he's just going to be looking to save. There should be a 5th hit. Netchu, he's searching for the ace, he wants the big moment, but it has been taken away. Pody needs to be cautious. I think Pody might fall to the bomb, in fact. Let's find out. Yeah, Pody taken down, so both players and both teams able to keep an AWP into the next, but that is 5 found from Ents. This is really nice from them. Their T-side is which has been very poor, yet I've been impressed.
Yeah, looked pretty decent there. I mean, it was the setup from Fnatic, 2 plays towards Monster. And hence the Utah was so good, just Crims completely blinded off the angle. He goes down for nothing, and there's enough players that they can just overwhelm Cypher. He's only able to find 1. And the execute towards B for Fnatic didn't quite hold as much as it needed to. I think even a 2v2, you've got more belief there, but I like the setup that Ents even go into with the post plant. Got a low HP Poddy. He just tucks while you have Netchu taking away all the contact for him. I mean, Poddy not even needed. Netchu does that alone, but it's just there as a contingency. Even though Poddy's low, they're still finding a way to get use out of him. Plenty of util towards short for Ents. They don't have any players actually taking short water. Fnatic obviously aren't going to be aware of this though. They might not be primed for how many players there could be sent up towards A.
Flashbang towards long. Fnatic, they need to start putting more numbers on the board.
Everyone boosted up, nothing's going to be spotted. It's 2 towards toilets. I'm not sure if that drop has been heard there from Fnatic at all. BlameF and Jambo haven't changed their position whatsoever, but Fear is now holding for any sort of long aggression. Still towards the bomb site. Flashbangs need to be good here. Fear's still alive. Missed shot from Jambo. Doesn't cost him his life. Missed shots instead from SDY. The Netchu's got a double. Wow.
2 versus 2. Positioning a pody. Oh, what is this?
Both Overpass are scoped in. Oh,
yeah, this
no.
is devastating. Neither one of them knows. Oh, Jambo's going to clear, though. And now it's Rigon in a 1 versus 2. Just needs to clear for Blame F. He spotted him. Blame F finds fnatic. They will put their second on the round. But again, Charlie, it's Netju. If there were one player to have that moment in that round for Ents, Netju. He got him. He got, you know, for Ents an opportunity there.
Yeah, it's unlucky. Rigon's paranoid, so he just goes for the jiggles. I think if he just full swings onto Blame F, he's got a decent chance, but just jiggling gives Blame F the indication, okay, I'm about to get swung. And we know how sharp and clean Blame F is, just raw aim-wise, and comes out on top of that without too many issues. Money finally looking pretty weak here for Ents. But I mean, a lot of things should have went really right there for the teams. You even look at the initial play towards Toilets from SDY, I believe it was. Missed shot from Jambo, and you look at that from SDY and say, guaranteed to at least find one. But rather than spraying down Jambo, he switches over to Blame F, almost trying to get the double, and finds neither of them, just does damage instead. And I think if SDY at least finds one, that's good enough. But he ends up just finding nothing, and it allows Jambo and Blame F to play out the 2v2 where they go on to win it. What are you holding for the jump peak? We haven't really seen many of these at all from the CT side.
Ents taking a bit more of a slower approach. Obviously, we still got Pody on the orb. There's not really that much utility either, so I quite like the idea if Ents actually just try and stay silent, try and give Pody opportunities with this orb to find frags. But Netju, 11 and 3. A real difference maker here is Netju.
On the opening kill as well.
That's what I'm on about. Play it slow, give Pody opportunity. Let him find these opening frags. Give chances to your Orpa. The heaviest hitting weapon. Might as well give him that opportunity, give him that chance. Jambo being held by Pody. Lovely, fine. The Orping's been crisp, I feel like. There has been some really quick shots from both Orpas, which has been very nice. I know it's not been so consistent, but I feel like there has been plenty of snappy shots. Netju finding Blame F. 5 versus 2 already here is Miltsy to try and deny these players on a save. So much intel already gathered. Miltsy. Oh, Pody gets one there. That is so quick. Now
yeah, it's just the information. Miltsy's got it all for his team. And look, we've got a Galil, an AK, and an AWP coming into this round. And look at the weapons leaving it. 4 rifles and the AWP. Yeah, taking down absolutely everyone there for fnatic. Obviously, money's not abysmal. They can string something together. They can sort of cobble together somewhat of a buy. It's not going to be nearly as good as if they saved 1 weapon. Obviously, nearly if they saved 2 as well, but not quite going to happen. Ents already confirmed that they're going to get a leveled up half, worst case scenario, but it feels like so much more can be found.
SDY obviously was the heavy hitter throughout map 1. Gave them the opportunity for success there. He's now gone quiet here on Overpass. Made from SDY. Looking to soften for Cypher. This is the buy here from fnatic. SDY. Great kill there onto Fear. Cypher repositioning now.
And obviously this was the full investment. This was all of the money that fnatic had in the bank, and they have finding nothing, not even a point of damage dealt so far. Cypher and Jambo, all that remain.
Is there a number that if Ents hit, we say it's over? Is that 9? 9 on the T side? Or are we already worried? Because we should be seeing an 8-2 scoreline.
See, we did see a 12-0 on this map for TNL, didn't we? In the round of 16, but that was on the CT side for one, and we knew it was a map that neither team played a huge amount. It felt like Betera picking Overpass as a punish pick for TNL there. But yeah, like you said, it is very different. It's difficult. It is really difficult because both teams in the server here really struggle to count them out of near enough any situation. I do think if we are looking at 9, I think fnatic have a hell of a job in front of them. I mean, even now they've got quite the tall task.
Yeah, for me, what I'm most looking forward to is the fact that fnatic, they have looked, you know, pretty poor on their T side. Pretty kind of, well, sorry. Let me rephrase that. Ents have looked pretty poor on their T side. And the fact they've won the half, I just feel like fnatic, a lot of the closeness that Dust2 had about it was because of clutches, because of kind of crazy heroic moments. Ents were thoroughly kind of in control throughout Dust2. Then obviously on trade, I feel like Ents had an opportunity for OT, and maybe, as you said, a team that was slightly better on that map would have pushed to OT. Again, though, this round has gone a little wrong because it should have been.
I mean, Putty is just knife out right now. They haven't properly cleared water. Fear has not been spotted. Putty gives them a free plant, and just judge by the plant position, they're going to be aware that Milsey's taking all this space.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why we're seeing such discipline from both Jambo. Grims, Fear's now holding, and Fear can find. Well, fnatic will find 3. An important round for fnatic, but still, the half has been won from Ents.
Yeah, and there are 2 rounds remaining. I mean, obviously, if fnatic do win this, there's a good chance we will likely see 5. These rounds have been few and far between, so there's no guarantee they are going to win this. He's all sent out early, but no aggression from fnatic.
Right. A little bit of a search from short. Netchu. Again, looking to activate out of connector.
Unlucky timing there from Jambo. Holding for the peak for a long time, then looks towards doors as soon as the peak comes through. Luckily, will keep himself alive still. But it could have been the opening kill for fnatic found here.
His nade softening SDY massively.
Rigon is taking this space up long. We do have Blame F playing tucked around this corner for now. Rigon has to be aware of this. For now, is just going to be patiently waiting. Might just be operating as a bit of a lurk off of his team towards B, but there are 3 defenders here on this lower site.
Blame F. Important kill onto Rigon. Cypher, excellent find. Crim's pivoting off of him. Odie will get the kill. I didn't expect would work so well, but we see it on a lot of T sides. We see it on a lot of site setups now, and I feel like the synergy works out quite nicely.
Yeah, I don't really know the purpose of Rigon, because he basically takes the fight as soon as the players towards B go out. So it's not like the B players have forced Blame F to rotate off. It's not like Rigon finds the kill of the Blame F to force someone to rotate out of the way. It's like at the exact same time. So I don't really understand the premise of the push.
Look, potentially, let's just pretend that Blame F isn't there, right? I think the idea of the push is he'd slowly then be getting in place for a flank, catching off players rotating. So I think that's something that we do need to take into account. That maybe not ready for Blame F, assuming he might be on the bomb site, playing from front toilets or what have you. But I do get what you mean. It did feel like the decision for that was a little bit unnecessary.
I mean, don't get me wrong, to be fair, I think even if he does wait and blame F days off, the side defense was very strong for Fnatic. The chances are Rigon is going to be pretty out of the round anyway.
There would be no time to pivot up towards A either. Not as though they had that opportunity. Rigon, Tech 9 in hand, going to be found by Cypher. Cypher, surely to be rotating up. We've got Blame F here towards Truck. He's been spotted and found. Nice shot there from Miltsy. It looks as though Ents are going to be in an 8-4 scenario, unless if Cypher can win this 1 versus 4. Clearing through Bank, obviously. Not much info whether this space has been taken, and Cypher's going loud. Surely to be taken down in a moment's notice. He spotted one. You know what you do if you're Cypher. Clutch. Yeah. Miltsy, 3rd kill of the round. Nice frags there from Miltsy on the Tech 9. He'll be happy with that. But Ents finding 8. I think this is where Fnatic, it might feel like this game's gotten a little bit out of reach. When you look back to recent games for Fnatic, when you look back to their recent losses, it has usually been their T side that's had the slight, I don't want to say disappointment, but it hasn't been perfect. It hasn't been what it's kind of needed to be. You look at that loss to Iberian Soul, they only got 4 rounds on their T side. Obviously against Monty, they only got 5. ESC, they didn't even post 1. The recent games where Fnatic have looked a little bit tough, it has been their T side that's let them down. And the fact they've only found 4 on the CT, there is not much to feel confident about.
No, this is what I was talking about. This is the dangers of a map like Overpass, and it feels like this is why some teams do just look to ban it out for now. Because, but I think you look at some of their games that they played. 13-0 win against BetBoom. 13-10 recently against Monty. Even some of their losses have been very close. They've had some really good results against some very good teams, but that's the thing. Sometimes it can just be difficult to translate a map that you haven't had this sort of constant repetition for a couple of years on. Grims does find SDY as he gets aggressive, and it's disadvantaged here at the pistol. I think it goes without saying this is near enough a must-win for Fnatic here.
Yeah, obviously as well, Fnatic, they had about 3 weeks without playing this map, or about 2 weeks without playing this map. Obviously, they had that 13-win victory against Monty, and then they got battered by ESC. So, yes, okay, throughout the month of August, they were having a fair few times playing it, and it looked all right. And I think when they had that consistency, things were looking pretty decent. But the fact they had about a three-week period without playing the map, and the only instance being a 13-1 loss to ESC, it's clear that it's not a consistent, and that's where issues can be seen.
Rigon finds his second round with the Blame F to make it back to this 3-on-3. Fnatic up towards A. No defenders actually on the bomb site. Potty here towards Bank, calling for any aggression. Grims does win out that gunfight. Rigon ace clutch required, and he could be on for it. 4 kills found so far. Up against Grims. Rigon, what a pistol round, and what a denial that is for Ents against Fnatic. Stopping them winning this second half pistol, stopping them from being able to bring themselves back into this game, and it's all from the Swiss man on your screen right here.
Yeah, excellent from Rigon. Obviously, when he took that initial fight towards Monster on the pistol, I was kind of a bit worried. He was fighting into 3, able to back away. And a little moment like that, that's where Fnatic, they might not realise it, but they'll look back in the demo and go, oh, we should have killed him in Monster anyway. He shouldn't have had the opportunity for the ace there, but excellent there from Rigon. As I said, I think Rigon was a name that he was a household name throughout, 2023? Maybe even earlier. He was doing a lot of work kind of back on that Bad News Eagles team. Yeah, 2022-23. Obviously, he had a little bit of time on Big. It didn't really work out. But it feels like we're seeing Rigon back to where he kind of belongs, which is always nice to see. And little moments like that, little sparks of brilliance. Certainly what you want to see from a player like Rigon.
And Fnatic, already, I mean, considering it's just 9 rounds for Ents, it already feels like it's all or nothing. They're going for a force fight.
Understand why though, right?
I mean, look, they're at such a deficit. you certainly wouldn't blame them. I mean, I'd probably go for the exact same thing here, but it does feel like a thing where if Fnatic don't win this, I mean, what are we going to see them do? Go for an eco at 10, give up 11 to Ents before we see another buy? I don't know if we're quite there yet, where we're seeing force buys till the end, but it's like we're not far off it.
Very slow played round here from Fnatic. They've taken this initial kind of portion outside front toilet, or outside long toilet, sorry, and they're looking to be quite systematic with their approach. The issue is they don't really have the utility to play this kind of system game plan. A little bit of contact taken by Pody. Jambo could be in a position to take him down, but Pody is just going to be sitting around here towards Matt. I say that, he's going to be aggressing. And there's going to be a flash from SDY. Oh, okay. Pody just takes the heads up fight. SDY could have flashed him in. Rigon, though, excellent refrag. Flashbang seen. Blinding. Not Cypher, but now the second flash is thrown. Rigon just trying to keep himself alive. SDY will get a kill. It's on BlameF and Crims now. Oh, it's all on BlameF. 1 versus 4, this being the force. BlameF gets the first, spots the second. 20 seconds on the clock. If he wants to go for this, he's going to have to head straight to Con. He's going towards long. Oh, BlameF, what's the game plan here? Well, it's to get the kill, but it's going to be the save from BlameF. He would have actually had enough time to give that round a go, but doesn't feel confident. Just going to keep the rifle. Fnatic, they give up double digits. Ents, they are in such a good position now.
But this makes it even worse for Fnatic. What do you do now? Do you buy around this gun? And apparently, yeah. For we could actually be in that force till the end world. The world I said I don't think we will be in just yet.
Well, realistically, I think it would be a far worse idea to eco in this one. I think you've got a rifle. BlameF's invested in utility. I think an 11-4 scoreline with Ents being on their far favoured side is just too scary. I think they just have to go for it now.
Ents are 3 rounds away from eliminating Fnatic here at this top 4 spot and progressing through to the grand final.
In their last 3 maps of Overpass, or their 3 most recent, losses of Overpass, Charlie, they've only got 9 rounds in total on their T sides combined. Of obviously the 36 that they've played, they've only been able to find 9. For them to win this series and to win this map in regulation, obviously they would need to find 9. So this would have to be Fnatic, one of their best T-side performances that we've seen recently on Overpass, if they want the chance for that final.
We'll keep that up through toilets. Rigon has heard all these steps. We'll be able to peek out. We'll be able to find one. Gets a double before being found. Poddy strikes, and Poddy's not shying away from anything. It's all on Cypher. The spams come through. SDY does find. And Fnatic, again, it's 11-4, and I think it's just going to have to be another force buy.
Yeah.
Haven't seen a single proper full buy on this T side from Fnatic, and Fred, I don't think we're going to.
No, I doubt it. Why would we? I feel like in moments like this, you've just got to accept. Ents have been the better side here. By far the better team. Obviously, as I mentioned, as I kind of highlighted and alluded to, it feels like this game for Ents is a proverbial grand final. For them, they're already imagining their names being etched into the trophy after this victory. Because the level of confidence it'll bring for them.
Just 2 rounds off doing so, and in what has been a close dust to a close trade. I certainly didn't think Overpass would be the one that was more one-sided. I thought it'd follow the trend. Jambo's got some really nice space hit. But he will just play further back, but he's certainly not watching towards Jambo's position. Jambo finds one. Cypher's nearby, and both these players can take this space towards A. In the meantime, Crims strikes on A.
Oh. Crims gets the kills on A, but look at where Rigon is. If the bomb heads up, this is all going to be about timing. Jambo gets another. The bomb's only ever going to head up here. Rigon gets one. Needs to get the second with Blame F. Such a key kill. If Blame F doesn't find that, things could get difficult. Jambo in heaven. Netu maneuvering towards Monster, but Crims, he's in the short pipe. Taking his time here is Netu, and Crims will be found. The T's do not need to hunt this. They really don't. We are seeing the slight look from both Blame F and Cypher. But I feel like this is less of a hunt and more of a hold an angle and hope Netu peeks into it. That is a fifth for Fnatic. They deny Ents finding map and series point. Grand final point.
Yeah, and it's a big round for Fnatic to win. Just have to look at how they won it, though. All from this one kill from Jambo, taking this space. He's able to find a second one to SDY as well. And it's how much room is Jambo going to be afforded to do something like that in the future? I'm not quite sure. Fnatic, this is their road back, though. And it comes off winning this one in particular. And you can see, Poddy doesn't have an AWP. Money's not really there in the reserve. See, was keeping a little alive, and I think that is to bring out an AWP for Poddy if they end up losing this round in the future.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea of that. Oh, missed flashbang. Well, whether the flashbang hits or not, Rigon certainly does.
20 and 10. Great game here from Rigon. We've seen different stars step up for Ents, and I said they struggled to find a consistent fragger, but they've always had at least one, and that's been important for them here. Dominant round there. Do it quite in the last, but they're able to instantly bounce back. They have 7 map and series points. Map and series points. Getting closer and closer to this grand final, just one round away. Early util thrown. Fnatic, 2 pistols, 3 rifles, and it's a faster approach out through Fountain towards A.
Shot from Pony. In need of the smoke here. Oh, he would have spotted Cypher for just a mere moment. Ready, a rotation up from SDY. Cypher will find one. We've still got Pony here. SDY, will he get spotted by Fear? He will take him down, in fact. Nice there from SDY. Smoke now towards front toilets, and this is where Fnatic might feel like they have to give this one a go. Blame F has maneuvered here towards long. SDY, whether he will recognize that that AK's been picked up or not, I'm interested. Still this 4v4 though, but the setup towards B, and Blame F taken down. That is the AK falling. Man advantage now. And they've heard all this intel. Molly's landing towards barrels. It's clear that Fnatic are going to be heading towards the B bomb site. Flashes not blinding. Milty contact taken. Cypher on the bomb site. We've got his teammate in Crims rotating up. They will get one, but SDY trading. Milty needs to find Cypher, and he does. And it's the Deagle of Jambo, but he's been taken down. And Ents are victorious. 13-5 scoreline here on Overpass. And they get that spot in the grand finals. Ents, the better team today on paper. Fnatic, it was always a guessing game of how Overpass would go. Ancient could have been selected for them, and clearly would have been a better decision, but excellent from Ents. Charlie, thoughts and feelings after that one?
Yeah, I mean, what a game it was from Ents. Started off with just some T-side dominance, and we already said we were a little bit wary just with how the start was heading. When it was obviously the first 3 rounds, the pistol, Ents winning against the 4th buy, and then the eco, then winning the first full buy of that first half as well. Give them 4 rounds to play with very early doors, and on a side that they've struggled at 4 rounds, just winning the pistol in the first full fight, it's a great buffer for Ents to use. And they didn't really look back after winning that. Fnatic did claw back a couple of rounds here or there, but it just wasn't consistent enough. And when it was sort of back and forth on that T side after Ents were already leading, this is exactly what they needed. That is our first grand finalist confirmed, though. But touching a little bit more on this game before we sort of take a bit of a dive into what this could mean for Ents. I honestly don't know who deserves the MVP for that series.
Could be Netu.
I probably would. I'd probably give it to Rigon or Netu there. Both players had a lot of importance on Dust, not to the same degree that SDY did. Both Rigon and Netu had some big rounds on Train as well, but obviously Rigon took it one step further, but Netu always was that consistent factor as well, plenty of big rounds. I think sort of either of those two, including SDY, probably deserve it for me. I mean, fantastic games from each of them. Certainly stepped up at different occasions, but they did enough here to best Fnatic. Fred, I think this is a really, really, really important event for Ents. This has been a team that, sort of since the movement that we've seen of obviously bringing in Rigon, promoting Miltsy to the main roster, it's been a team that I think results haven't been great for. We've seen them bomb out of events far sooner than I think we would have liked them to see. Sort of their last 2 events before, in fact, their last 3 events, you could even say, before the Proving Grounds here. 9th to 16th, got knocked out first round of playoffs. 13th to 16th, similar thing there. It's not been good enough for them. And I think Fnatic, their results have been better. I mean, Fnatic certainly do want to achieve more than what they are now, but results certainly have been slightly better for Fnatic than they have for Ents. I think this is so important, though, for Ents to be able to win. I don't believe they've won an event with this new 5 yet, or even made that deeper run. I think 3rd was their best finish so far. And I think it's so crucial that these guys get a bit of confidence back. Because, like I said, I think the blend of this Ents team is one of the best that they've had in a while. I think the results aren't quite there. And there's still a lot of young players in Netu, in Poddy, in Miltsy. These 3 have a lot of room and a lot of time to develop and grow. But at the end of the day, esports and Counter-Strike is a results-based industry. And you don't necessarily get given that time if you're not getting some results. And I think it's crucial that Ents are the victors here, and I think it's important that Ents can actually go on to see if they can win this event now. They've got a great chance, don't they, Fred, where they'll be playing against either Betera or Foot, which will be coming up next.
Yeah, obviously as well, when you look at the teams that Ents have faced, it was a kind of a 3-mapper against Sangao. I know the maps weren't necessarily very close, but Sangao a strong opponent. Obviously a very close 3-mapper against Saw. We saw kind of similar here against Fnatic. Are we going to see Ents find it in 3 maps in the grand final? Is it going to be a 2-0? Who's going to be the opponent? That's something, obviously, though, Charlie, we'll find out by the end of this evening. But coming up, we've got Foot versus Betera. You've mentioned it. It's not going to be me on you on the broadcast, though. It's going to be brought to you by M&J and Wild Deity. So make sure, if you guys are staying tuned for that semi-final, you show them too some love. I'm so excited to see how the remainder of these 2 matches go. And look, we're going to in about 6 hours' time, we're going to have our victors here of the Series 4, Season 4 of the Proving Grounds. So, as
Welcome back.
They took that win against Partizan as well. Honestly, I don't think they looked their best, but winning it is the important part. They've had a little bit of time to sort of relax and recuperate and prepare for this match, and I think it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have had such arduous journeys to get to this point, right? And I feel like we're discovering so much about them as they continue, like, especially for Betera. Like, there is a reason why these guys have been under the microscope. You know, sometimes they're even attracting some very negative publicity. But, I mean, you know what? If I'm Betera, I would love to sort of bathe in those accusations, right? Because it must feel great if you're just straight up destroying everyone to that point within the tier, right? And obviously yesterday as well, we saw some incredible clips from the individuals. I think there's some potential in every single player. And yesterday it was hype. I have no idea who it's going to be turning up today. I mean, Masval also had his moments. But yeah, everywhere you look for Betera, there is something that can turn up the heat.
Yeah, I kind of accidentally riled up the entire Counter-Strike scene yesterday.
I know you did.
I posted that hype clip. I was expecting to get my usual 15 likes. That clip now has nearly 2 million views. And
that's just on your account, right?
It started a big old discussion. No, that's across the two. That's across the two.
Okay.
But it sparked quite a big discussion amongst a lot of sort of pros and coaches and whatnot. And the consensus is, you know, nothing decisive, but it's just another one of those clips. It's another one of those dodgy ones that it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, listen, obviously Mike's Navi Junior roster, including one of the coaches stepping in, but they've had the piece that is LawNX being thrown into the mix as well in the past month. And you know what? I've really been enjoying the fact that LawNX is now finally in a position where he can prove himself, because honestly, for LawNX, he's had one of the worst like early career trajectories I've ever seen in my life. Like, he was touted as like the next big thing, and then he just goes through the gauntlet of being on like Falcons for a little short stint, then on the bench for that, and then he goes to Bleed out of all teams.
Yeah.
Bench, and then he's like on the Nexus bench for a while. So I really don't appreciate that possibly like one of the best talents to come up in the scene was essentially being used as a human doorstop. But now,
you know, it actually gets worse than that as well, because pre-Falcons he was on Sprout that also folded as an org, right? So it wasn't even like they dropped the team, they just like ran out of money and left. So yeah, it is actually as rough as it gets for LawNX, but I really hope that this is, you know, this is like his time to be in a stable organization, a stable roster, and make some waves.
Yeah, that being said, though, we've got a veto at hand. We've had a fair bit of discussion about these two teams already as they've progressed within the brackets, right? So I don't want to be a broken record. We've got Dust2, Mirage, and Nuke. 3 maps that we've seen quite a lot, actually, within the Proving Grounds. I think Dust2 and Nuke have almost been, like, the bread and butter for the entirety of this tournament. A lot of teams have been picking into them. And for Betera, I'm not really surprised that they pick into it, because obviously they've just had an incredible time recently. They've been pulling their weight and then some. Like, they've just been doing incredibly well on Dust2. And for Foot, it makes sense that they're then picking into Mirage as well, because, you know, that's been their particular bread and butter. So, although on the surface it might look like it's one of those cases where, you know, you trade map picks, things like that, because one team has just a lot more experience and winning potential on one map, I don't think that's going to be the case. Both of these teams have been able to surprise in many circumstances, and I think it's very likely that we're going to see a very chaotic semifinals to take us all the way to the decider, but that is where I would get really worried.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's sort of the one vulnerability within the veto, isn't it? Is that nuke map. When it comes to Dust2 and Mirage, honestly, it could go either way. These two teams could trade map picks. Either one could take it 2-0. It really, really depends on who actually steps up on the server. Obviously, on paper, Foot are supposed to be the better team. They're the better ranked team. They're the better rated team. However, if we see those individuals pop off, if we see Hype putting up massive numbers, if we see Masval doing his thing, then it absolutely could go the other way. But without further ado, folks, we are going to be kicking off our second semi-final of the day to see who else is going to be joining that grand finals a little bit later on tonight. Foot starting off on the CT side, double Julies and heavy presence here in the lower tunnels as Kraveni's been seen. He's got to be careful.
Holding LT, Cynics instantly loses his life. Kraveni going to keep pushing forward, and this is getting really messy in tunnels. Down to just 2 members. Betera, bit of a shocker of a start for the two. Height invert. They're going to be able to collect the bomb, sure, but very quickly going to start to lose their numbers. Just 1 man remaining. I don't think Betera expected this kind of start. Not even any real resistance being offered in the pistol. It'd have to be a crazy round if Height wants to make a dent. I mean, we definitely saw some crazy stuff yesterday, but this is a bit of a tall order.
Yeah, no way to get out of that one. He was sandwiched in and outnumbered, outgunned. And a bit of a faceplant of a pistol round from Betera, to be honest. They just get nothing out of it whatsoever. A single kill, no bomb plant. Not really any ground. They weren't able to work their way any further than just their B tunnels. Despite that, they are still going to have a crack at a force, and they're going to run it back again towards B. Maybe a little quicker into the bomb site itself. No. That's about, once again, expecting some pressure into the lower tunnels. Foot aren't foolish enough. They know they've got the firepower advantage, and they're going to play the range game. They've got rifles out. Masfel's going to go chasing.
Betera waiting it out. Now starting to approach middle. Some bullets exchanged. Krabeni's going to find one in the back. And getting through this B bomb site feels like a bit of an exercise, an impossibility. Both Lonix and Jukes starting to get shots in. And not a single real casualty or real damage. Well, I mean, that was just a complete wash-up.
Yeah.
Once again, last man remaining. Going to be a little bit more problematic with the Deagle, and that is all he is going to get. A single consolation prize will be tucked into his pocket. And it's going to be a little while before Betera can actually have a say in this matter, because no money's about to flow in anytime soon.
What a miserable start to the game. Heights found 2 kills across the opening 2 rounds. Bear in mind, they bought into the second. It wasn't a full eco. No one else has been able to inflict any damage at all. This has just been a real flop.
I mean, I don't want to comment too much on the start of a game, right? But you've also got to consider that Betera have... They're the ones that have picked into this map. This map has been what's been paying the bills for them. So a bad start like this one on its own, sure, it's not that bad. But then you consider that any freebie rounds going the way of Foot, anything that they can build on top of it, if Betera are taken out of contention because of a close game, then these are the rounds that they're going to feel really regretful about.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of feel the opposite. I think the start of a game is so important, especially in CS2. We've had a lot of players and teams talk about it recently. It is super important, especially in a match like this with a lot of weight behind it, to get out of the gates hot. And if you come into a match cold, it can be real tricky to get your head back in the game. Vert's died to his own molly. And again, just a single kill found, this time from Cynics. It is on the full eco, so, you know, it's not the end of the world. There was a lot of expectations for that one. But Foot, they've got all the weapons out. Symmetry with justification to upgrade into that, or the rest on the rifles. There's not a huge amount of cash built up, but there is a little nest egg behind them if they need it. I'll tell you what is needed, though. Betera giving us a little bit more here in the 4th. Height. Oh, on the jump across. Hits it, not lethal. But Jukes is now limping. 26 HP he's got to work with.
Yeah, that's a pretty big connection to be making this early into the round. Softens up the defense for Betera to take their sweet time. Some early short control being established. Not straying too far forward from the default. The only real prong that starts approaching the A site will be Masval, who wants to perhaps contest through short. They've got a fair bit of space. But doesn't really have any info. They're playing in a pretty turtled up setup. They don't have any prongs that have pushed forward, so wherever Betera come through, Foot are going to have to play in a very reactive way. A lot of question marks on the map. Masval wants to try and cheat the utility. Sees one. It's all about whether or not they're going to expect the Goose Flare, though. Flashes to try and delay their presence. Lonix burning to a crisp. And this is going to get real awkward as 3 players await them. Masval, as he recedes, he's at least baited 3 players out, but there's only a small window where they can now start to pressure B. But Betera haven't converted off of anything. Look at the timer, Josh.
So much damage has been inflicted, but they still find themselves at a man disadvantage. And as you say, 15 seconds on the clock to make a move. Bomb's going to come up, Cat. But if Launix can delay in any way, then this gets real tricky. But he's got no support. And the press up from Cynics towards Long, that was really bizarre from Foot. They had the numbers, they had all the leverage with the time ticking away, but they made a bold call to stack up over towards B. And just felt like they left Launix high and dry. It's one they have to pull away from, but it's one that I really feel like they should have been winning.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure how that ends up happening, right? Because you've got the opening kill. You have very little time remaining on the enemy squad, so kind of surprised that it goes the way that it does. And Betera, by the skin of their teeth, be able to mark the scoreboard a little early. You know, we talked about the starts of the game, and obviously, like, the pistol round and the conversions, like, that's one thing. But then, if Betera allow it to get to 4, that's when things start to get real bad. So, crisis averted, I guess, but still, a lot of weaponry being saved by Foot. They're going to be able to buy right back in. All the bells and whistles, no real compromises made.
Tenzi's just going to full W down mid. Flashbang goes over. No one's going to play through. So that HG doesn't actually blow the whole smoke open. Second time asking, it will. It allows Launix to draw first blood. Fair bit of damage onto Masval as well as the shots keep popping. Hype returns one, but it doesn't connect. And a man advantage once again for Foot. Minute 15 on this clock. Betera still looking for any kind of space. A lightning fast shot out of Symmetry. And the way that they're playing this is just perfect. Soon as he connects, doesn't stick around, doesn't give him the opportunity for the trade. Goes and plays the safety in numbers.
Yeah, giving them an opening is just asking for trouble, so totally understandable. 40 seconds on the clock. Betera are going to be delayed even further by the flames that are going to be nipping at their feet. If they decide to press forward, there's a player tucked into Goose as well. They have to get past Kerbeni. And as the smoke starts to subside, they're quickly going to realize that there is death waiting for them. But no, it's Masval on the swing, and it's Vert to start opening up the site. This looks like a repeat of the previous round. Shadow betrays, but Height is still a little faster on the trigger. Demon and Jugs now wanting to make this retake happen. Head spotted. Demon needs to activate soon. And Hype slowly inching forward, not stuck between 2 angles, prioritizes Demon, and Betera in a 3v5 make the full clean conversion happen.
It feels like the same round sort of twice in a row. That one was a little bit worse, but for Foot, like, they've got the early advantages, they've got the pieces in the right places, and you're thinking, right, you know, 5 versus 3, there's not very long left on the timer, they've got this under lock and key, and then they just give a little bit too much room to Betera, you know, they pull it all the way back, almost deep short, they're saying, yeah, you can have long, we'll play for the retake, and frankly, their retakes haven't been very good. Where they've looked strongest is their early pokes at the start of the round, the Fair Angels. Second, you give Betera the opportunity to get that C4 beeping away. That's where they thrive. I think a little bit of extra talking time here may allow them to clock that, but for now it is just the pistols. Betera with an opportunity to tie things up at 3 apiece. Their early round has been really problematic, but nonetheless, they're making it work.
Betera, very quick turnaround of their fortunes, and this one's obviously just one that should be tucked under the carpet very quickly. And I think one of the things we touched upon yesterday as well was just that Betera just have a lot of X factor in them. It's something I mentioned in the pregame, that there is someone that is always willing to step up. Yesterday was Height, oftentimes it is Masval. Even in those 3v5 with 2v5, things like that, it never feels like they're out of commission. Also, Masval might have like the weirdest playstyle I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it's kind of a schizo gamer. So Juke's left 1v4. There's of course no chance of him clutching this round, but if he can inflict any extra damage, I think he'll be happy. There's a couple of boys low. Oh, what a shot onto Height. Okay, now the mission is try and save that AWP, I feel. He had the opportunity to just go and grab it while the smoke was up, but was hungry for a little bit more. Sticks around, loses his life. Not going to matter all too much. There's still going to be an investment. We're tied up at 3 apiece. But Foot have definitely lost control, and that hard work that they kicked things off with is slowly starting to unravel. Betera have got an opportunity to take the lead.
And it really sucks to be in their shoes, right? In the CT size shoes, because they were definitely in a position where they could have actually had a monstrous start, right? They even had the good start to the 4th round. Just a couple of clutches that have put them right back in order. Betera kind of thriving off of the individual prowess and mid-round calling.
A little bit slower here. 40 seconds elapsed and no action yet. Flashbang not going to blind Launix though. Wasn't playing full anti, but had himself sort of semi looking at the wall, so when the flashbang comes, it'll likely go behind him. It's an easy first pick. Masval's been relentlessly trying to find these early openings, and it's ended up being the first casualty time and time again. Sat 2 and 6 as the star player that's supposed to be shining. Launix won't stick around, of course. It does give them the control out the doors, but once again, man advantage for Foot. 30 seconds. Betera have got to dig themselves out of this hole.
Here it comes, B-side on the menu. Launix tries to spray through the flashbang, but Dukes has done all the lifting and then some. Triple found. And Height knows that his only option is to take this AWP into the next round. Very nicely done by the individual there, and he even lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, this is crisp. This is really, really good from Jukes. If he goes down without much of a fight, if he goes down 1 for 1 even, you give Betera the bomb site. And we see the same again, and it's even worse. It's even more pronounced on B. It's very difficult to retake. Jukes recognises that, says I need to stay strong, and he does. Locks in. Finds himself a triple. Still going to be money for the buy. Launix caught with his pants down. Smoke's not very good. And that HE will blow open the top of it. Gives a sight line. It's finally the numbers lean in the favour of Betera early on. Smoke into CT, but no one actually committed to go for this wraparound instead. The pressure's going to come from the tunnels.
comes B-side abandoned, actually. No, Zoox is going to stick around. At least put a chink in their armor before they can actually get this bomb down. 3v3, but a little bit of HP missing on both parties involved. Cemetery. Lowest member here. Tunnel also starting to be cleared out by Betera, so coming back into the site feels like a bit of an impossibility here, Josh. All three players, same angle. 2 flashes available. Cemetery needs to be tossing them soon. And as they start to second guess themselves, the flashbangs come in, but they will be all for naught. And Cynics even does some consolation damage towards the end. 4-4. This game is back and forth.
Too much expected of Jukes that round. As soon as they found that opening pick, the easy fight onto Launex, it then became pretty apparent there was only going to be one towards B. CT smoke cuts off the rotations, and I think Jukes did the best you could ask of him. In such an awkward situation. He made it viable for his teammates, he found two. Gave him a possibility at a 3v3 retake, but still, as I said earlier, that B site just so difficult to crack your way back into. Round number 9. Half by here from the CTs. Pistols. Symmetry's got a scout. Not anymore. And this one will almost definitely be where Betera take the reins. Alex is going to grab that sniper. Actually get away with it. He's got Kevlar too, so maybe a chance to do a bit of damage.
Very good shot from Demon. 2, actually. Only got to see it on the mini-map and the kill feed. Hopefully we'll get to see that in the replay, especially if this round converts, but 30 seconds, and now Betera starting to look a little desperate, heading their way down middle. And if they, regardless of what site they go to, they have to get past 2 defenders. And through the smoke, this is going to be so tricky here, Josh. Lonex with the scout rifle. He's gotten the collab. That's 2 kills. I think he might have seen the second player as well. No, he's second guessing. Since that final player's in tunnels, no scopes. Good height. No, is this one of his signature plays? Misses the first shot. Lonex is pinned down. Easy to victimize with the Glock. And Height just doesn't have the time to get the bomb down. But what a valiant effort.
Man, that second AWP shot was millimeters away as well. This is really, really well played, Demon. There's 2 huge kills earlier. Launex's scout going massive, and more importantly, just staying alive at the back of the bomb site, knowing that timer will win them the round. And Height kind of screws himself at the end. When all hope is lost, when there's no chance at the frag, he jumps through the doors. Ends up losing his life after time. It's okay, he had 2k in the bank, so it sort of keeps the money balanced, but there could have been an AWP in play here to do some extra damage. Instead, it's just a full eco. Foot back in control. I maybe jinxed Betera a little bit when I said, yeah, this is going to be, you know, the easy round for them to take the lead, something they've not been able to do so far this map. Foot disallow. Just the one deagle.
I'm getting a little worried here for Foot, actually, because Betera are able to keep this tug of war going for long enough that when they switch over to the CT side, I expect their performance to be a little bit better, but even with the fumbles that we saw from Foot early on, they have been able to recover the scoreline and perhaps even make it advantageous towards the end of the half. Betera, one last real hurrah before their money starts to come back to bite them. They do still have to make some sacrifices, Josh. That signature weapon of Height isn't going to be available. You look at the other side, Symmetry is going to get it.
Yeah, Symmetry's not been as potent with that AWP, but still been hitting some good shots. Let's move into round number 11. It's found a little gap behind the molly. He doesn't see anybody on short. There is one. He's just tucked behind the left-hand side of that smoke. It's Symmetry Sniper. Looking for a deep sight line into top mid. A slam dunk of a nade. Actually hits Masval. Gets him down a half. Again, another one of these slow default setups. And a lot of presence from Betera into the lower tunnels. They'll regroup and go for a late execution. It was working for them, actually, in the earlier gun rounds. See a foot overcomplicate things.
Interestingly enough, outside of, I guess, their eco and the pistol round, could have been playing it in a very passive way, but it's not passive in the sense that they keep turtling up and keep receding. No, instead, they have very calculated reactionary plays, and this is one example of it. LawNX preemptively waiting on the angle, knows that he can't let them get past middle without at least delivering a quick blow. Dude sees him coming. Oh, that's good. That's at least one. The problem is everyone else is stuck behind that CT smoke. Got a window of opportunity there where they can actually isolate the truck player. What a shot from Symmetry. And both players, after exposing themselves on the site itself, are going to back off. They've bought a little bit of time, but the 2v2 is still on.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
It all comes down to that first kill. And as soon as he gets it, Heights shoulders have a lot more weight on them, but he doesn't care. He handles the heat. And no sweat under the pressure. 4 kills, a beautiful clutch. He sat 13 and 6 while the rest of his team are on 2, 3, 4 frags. He's doing so much lifting. And Betera keep this one afloat. Another monster showing out of the superstar.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like Height really thrives in the scenarios where he's put into like 1vx's, where the pressure is on him. You can really see the uptick in performance. I think adrenaline works in his favor. And winning that round still doesn't mean that they're in the clear financially, because look at how their money is starting to fall apart still, right? But obviously still a much better position than had they lost it. But now wanting to fight for 7. And this time their setup's going to be a little bit more different. Now wanting to full contest short, having 2 players into tunnels as well. So it feels like anyone that decides to transgress here will feel nothing but pain. Maswell, first on the chopping block, swings out. Nothing that he can secure off of it. And that doesn't even give them a lot of clues because he only saw 1 player, Tenzi. Sees him coming, and I feel like Betera are being a little overwhelmed from every single angle. The duels are coming to them. They got so used to the default that they couldn't see what Foot was about to establish. 7-5. It's a very nice CT half, but Betera not out of it.
Yeah, not out of it at all. It was looking worrying when they went 3-0 down and, you know, no one had even really done any damage. I was concerned. But they spring to life, and even if it's just Height and Cynics that are breathing on the server right now, they're doing a whole lot of it. As we move over to their CT half, there's a real chance that they could take the reins here. This second half pistol worth quite a lot. Some big highlights though. We kind of look back at the replays. We've seen plenty of clutches, plenty of cool moments. Betera could do with this one right here though. An opportunity to tie things back up. They've been playing on the back foot for the whole map so far. I'm sure they'd like to their head out the window. Feel a bit of wind in their face. Oh, good stuff from Symmetry. Wow.
How overwhelming, and up close and personal is not a great idea for Height. How does he get away there? Unbelievable footwork to back into CT spawn. Tenzi's being an issue, and the dualies have come out. A round where they should have had all the marbles will go the way of Betera. Height is unbelievable, dude.
Yeah, it falls down to Height's ability to stay alive there, and then he just continues to deliver. Lands a triple kill, pushes himself up to 16 and 7. And as you say, he should have been dead to rights. Foot, no bomb plant, no real justification for much of a force. It is going to be a scout out of Symmetry, and he does connect a shot on the cross, but it's not lethal. Will at least get Vert down low. I can't imagine you can expect the Glocks to do all too much in terms of damage or even finishing off Vert. Guess a headshot will do the trick. Here we go. They'll barrel out, try and overwhelm. They do. They find Height. Now it's onto Masval's shoulders.
I really like how carefully Masval's playing this. He doesn't want to concede that space, so very quickly he's going to deploy the utility, buy enough time for Cynics to start coming in. Flashbang's going to assist as well, and it just leaves Symmetry. He's trying to get anything. Claw and Eyeball out on the way down. The Betera, they did end up giving a fair bit of space. The bomb plant, couple kills. At least the crisis of losing the round's been averted.
Yeah, in dropping that smoke, he does give up the bomb plant, but I think that's sort of a fair trade for securing the round, making sure that that doesn't get out of hand, and making sure they don't sort of take more damage either, because there was real potential there if he continues to try and fight, if he swings out and tries to deny that plant. Getting overwhelmed, giving him a couple of rifles, and yeah, just losing a really, really awkward round to lose. So we're tied back up, 7 apiece. Betera. This may finally be their opportunity to inch ahead. Height's got the AWP, the rifle's on the rest. A similar buy for Foot, but no sniper. Symmetry. Just down to the AK. Actually doesn't have a helmet here either, so vulnerable to the CT rifles. Look at Height, super aggressive. Plays through the smoke, doesn't stick around. Falls away on the right timing as Launex starts to work his way up. That is a ridiculous shot.
How consistent Height has been in tools like this, in producing moments for the highlight reel, it is no longer ridiculous, right? It just seems like that's the bar for them. You can really see the space that Height's been able to create for his team. He was by and far carrying the rest of the team, and now everybody else is starting to step up a little bit as well, especially Cynics. They're at least being offered the space, offered the time to kick into high gear. Here it comes, Foot. Gonna put the foot on the gas for B. Vert, not spotted yet, and as they start clearing out card, that's when he's going to activate. Just needs to buy a little bit extra time so his teammates can start to be an issue. For Benny, quite low, a 3-3 that should slightly favor the CTs. This is anyone's round.
It really is, but to inch back into, especially now with that AWP on, but works his way around, tries to go for the fast flick. That was the only recover that AWP. It'll be tossed over to Symmetry. Krabeni survives as well. Foot maintain their lead and just stay ahead. They should be able to extend it a little bit further here, because the buy from Betera is really bad.
Yeah, not only that, it also locks them out of the subsequent round, right? Because it's a very hodgepodge, mixed together round, and if it can just get this one over the line, then double digits is all but guaranteed. Slowly inching out long, not really having any control anywhere else on the map. This has allowed Betera to start scaling up middle as well. And as soon as that information is present, trades are going to go 1-for-1. Masval, though, overstays his welcome for a second, which means that it's going to be on the shoulders of Tenzi to now be the difference maker on middle. Headshot found. Doesn't want to commit the same mistake as his comrade's gone, so he will be inching away. And now with bomb information granted, it's kind of a round reset. Other than the fact that weaponry is a little awkward now for Betera.
Similar situation to where we found ourselves in the round prior. 3v3, but this time, if we haven't got the bomb down. Through our rose-tinted goggles, we can see that they have a free path, an easy avenue up onto the A site, but Betera have pushed all the way through mid. They're wrapping behind long, but they're making noise. That's the problem. But they've continued to shift the whole way up. That would have been easy. I don't think they would have ever expected 3 to be coming from behind, but the second they step, all eyes turn to the flank, and Foot are able to clean up like shooting fish in a barrel. It's 9 rounds now. They're against the Eco in the next. Not bad at all. This is for double digits on their opponent's map pick. Symmetry. One for the cross. Oh, very close. Threads the needle between 4 of them there. Somehow doesn't connect onto any of them. It shouldn't matter.
Yeah, this should be nothing but a swimming round here for Foot. Asphalt can't even get a stray bullet into the head of the player coming forward. And Foot are starting to run away with it. Betera will have money, obviously, in the next round, but I'm trying to think of how that transpires beyond that point, right? Their chances are starting to look a little slimmer by every passing second. And if Foot gain any more momentum, I think this might be done. And the problem is, you've got Mirage up next. That is... It's not a terrible map for Betera by any stretch of the imagination, but if Foot can decisively beat Betera on their map pick, I think that's a very big sign to ring the alarm bells.
It could be. Not enough money for an AWP again. On this CT side, not a map like Dust 2, it really feels like you need it. This is getting worrying. This is a must-win for Betera. They lose it, and Foot are inches away from closing out this first map. Demon trying to go for the early pick. Can't quite catch the timing on the cross into pits, and Masval will be able to play close, but Demon doesn't overstay his welcome, doesn't stick around, just backs off. So try and go for the mid-B crunch. Tenzi draws first blood. Launix gets in a little too deep and bites off more than he can shoot. But inflicts a lot of damage. Man, disadvantage, although Vert's incredibly low. Oh. Oh my god. He's hitting through the box. That is filthy.
Oh, I mean, you never want to be on the receiving end of that. Betera, though, still a reasonable shot at making this retake happen. But I think the most relevant piece here is going to be that long player, if he can quickly get activated, but I guess not. Eventually does. Masval, having found Krebeni, it's going to be a late attempt at a retake, especially with the LT player activating so damn late.
Ooh.
Betera allows for the
Oh,
crossover. They're going to come in from short. Oh, 1v2 now. Masval, can he hold the nerve against 2? Probably not. Doesn't have a whole lot of time to play out an elaborate game plan, and Foot past double digits and way too close to the goalpost.
Some really crisp shots being hit here, though, and honestly, a tiny bit messy from Betera. Symmetry missed 2. I'm not going to go as far as to say sitters on the cross. They weren't easy shots, but they certainly weren't as difficult as landing the quick skate through the smoke on short. That did them a lot of favours. Gave them the advantage. Now they're on to 11. The 12th should come comfortably. Betera, of course, only on a half bite. They'll more than likely allow 12.
I feel really bad for Hyde because one of the points I made is that he was giving them space. He was giving them time to activate. But issue is, even with the fact that Hyde was making sure the scoreline was close towards like the halfway mark of the game, nobody eventually kicked into high gear. I think there was a couple of moments where Cynics did okay, but Vert has barely moved the needle from the start of the game, sitting on 5 kills. Masval, sure, a couple kills here and there, but 8 kills. Tenzi still under double digits. Like, Hyde did all that he could. His responsibility was to delay what now seems like the inevitable. You can't expect him to just continue popping off shot after shot.
Not on the CT side as well. On the T half, he could take that initiative, he could find the openings, he could clutch up rounds. We saw it out of him a couple of times, but on this defense, feels like part of the game plan for Foot is just avoiding it. He found one in the fadeaway in the last, so he's on 18 kills now, but prior to it, he'd been on 17 for a couple of rounds. He just hadn't been able to find impact. This one here, it's a beautiful flashbang. He does manage to connect for a single before falling, but an initiative on the boost doesn't allow him to fall away. Still, a man advantage here for Betera. Aggression into the tunnels. Oh, this is the wrong move. Symmetry's on the angle. Shuts it out. There's only one on A here too. Betera have gone very heavy with the B stack. Kremeni's so patient how long with this bomb. And I have no idea what the plan is here for Foot. Kremeni's not moving a muscle. 30 seconds.
It's going to be oh so convincing when they push into B.
I don't think they have time for this. This is wild. Kremeni's now walking long. He's going to have to
the 15
fall
seconds
well
isn't
onto the
enough.
site. This is ridiculous.
The audio cue's not going to be there. They need to go help him. I mean,
What is happening?
what the hell am I watching?
Oh my god.
Dude, that is the most ass-backwards way of winning the final round, but Foot will still be able to do it. Interesting way to finish things, for sure. But oh my, what a decisive game on the map pick of Betera.
Yeah, it really was. You know, we put a lot of spotlight on Height, but actually, we really should have been focusing on Launex as well. He's putting up a monster performance. He found 21 kills. I mean, you look at 1,400 damage, you realize maybe he was finishing off a lot of low HP boys. And I actually want to look down to Krabeni, who had about 100 ADR and was calling, and he called a pretty good game. That final round was wild, but I kind of love it, I'll be honest. 13-7, a comfortable victory, and on their opponent's map pick, yeah, I think Foot are firmly in the driver's seat to close out this series.
Yeah, that was an incredibly decisive game. Foot was absolutely out-calling in every department, right? Betera looked a little bit lost. They were relying on Height to just keep delaying round after round. He's looking around himself. He's thinking, when are these guys going to get warmed up, right? Like, surely by now the kill feed is going to start getting populated with my teammates' names on the left side, but that moment never occurred. And as soon as Height slowed down, right, he got to like that 16, 17 kill mark. As soon as he slowed down there, we saw no rounds come out of Betera. So that honestly was such a red flag for the entirety of the team. Like, that was not a good performance at all. And I'm not really sure how they're going to maintain composure going into Mirage, which is not their own map pick. I guess they've got the silver lining of picking up the side, but Foot are definitely looking very, very confident. That being said, though, we do still have a couple more maps to go potentially, and we'll be taking a short break before that. Maybe it ends in 2 bites. Who knows? Foot are looking incredible. We'll see you in a bit. CT side, to be honest, from Foot. And Betera looked completely lost. I mean, I guess Height didn't look very lost, but everybody else did.
Yeah, Cynic's had an alright first half as well, but yeah, everybody else was super quiet. We kind of put the spotlight on Masval a little bit as a player that normally puts up massive numbers. He was not even close to that in that first map. He really disappeared, and I hope that he finds his way back home and comes into map 2 with a little bit more force. We are on the way with the pistol. Foot starting off on their T side. It's Mirage. It is their strongest map in the pool. They've been rocking some great wins recently. They're actually on a 9-map win streak against some serious big dogs in the scene as well, and some convincing wins within it. So I think they've got a really good chance of closing this out 2-0, and Betera need to lock in.
Yeah, this game needs to be perfect from Betera. Masval is going to show us a little bit of that. 1 kill only. A little disappointing. I was propping it up to be a clean 2, but I guess not. Foot. They're going to be maintaining composure on the pistol here. Not too much damage. And a 3v2 on the defense. Smoke's going to disallow Word from feeling too comfortable. Sees that there's a player behind it. But now Foot have a little bit of extra information. They're going to start to recede back. No need to contest it any further, especially if they can get info on that second player. To waste even more time. Dude, the bomb's just too far kicked down. They don't even have a kit to try and negotiate it.
He has just found one. There's one on the floor in CT, so for a second that was still plausible, and I think that's part of the reason that they even stuck around. It's not going to happen. 2 will go down with the ship. Launix will survive, but it's not going to matter. It's the pistol round. They're happy to fall. Foot put their first on the board, and yeah, a comfortable victory. Ooh, okay. Interesting little shift up in the buy. I was about to make a comment that, you know, they were coming in with all rifles. Then they sold them and bought 4 MAC-10s, and then they changed their mind again. So it's going to be a CT force. Foot need to be ready.
And I really want to see how they play this. If they have any game plan to deal with rounds like this one. Or if they're just relying on firepower. So we're not really seeing anything too fancy. Just find player positions, the 2 and 3 setup. Jugs, first one in. Surprisingly takes a long while to clean up the first kill, but both kill sounds on the B site means that there won't be any real chance at a retake from Betera. In fact, I mean, having 2 weapons alive means that you can still have a reasonable crack at the next one, but a 3-0 start for Foot would be devastating, considering this is exactly how that Dust 2 started as well, Josh.
Yeah, it really did. It started with no real damage inflicted from Betera as well. As we went into round 3, Height had 2 kills, everybody else was sat on 0. This is looking like a fairly similar theme. They will be on a full eco in the next, so holding on to what they have here, that 5-7, the MP9 and the Scout, is somewhat valuable, but they hear danger close, and they're both low. So if this MP9 wants to just go for a drive-by swing, he could have found a couple of kills. Opts against it. It's going to allow Foot to keep things nice and tidy. Everybody staying alive. No, go into round 3 with their heads held high.
As of now, for Foot, their responsibility is just to try and maximize the margin of error they've got before they head on over to the CT side. And with the pistol and the conversion being secured and a very good chance of the third, they've laid out most of the groundwork to have a very solid half. Let's see if Betera can try and throw a wrench in the works, though. Don't want to be too negative for them early on in the game. I'd like to remind you, up until this point, Betera have looked incredibly dominant. Like, some of the games they're playing, like, I mean, I don't really want to bring it up too much on the broadcast, right? But there's a reason why those accusations were being thrown around. There's a reason why that clip was so famous. It's because they are a serious threat within the scene. We're seeing none of that today. I guess Hype's still been able to maintain that form, but everybody else slowly falling apart. 3-4 now, though. Oh, good shot from Height. If he can double that up, if he can get a little bit more of that going, then maybe this B site can be defended. 3v2 now. Just pistols to try and defend it. Demon looking for that second player. And it'll be a while before Vert gets any support. Bomb should be comfortably planted. Vert trying to sneak out of the smoke. His comrade's already fallen. Just a measly 5-7 will not be enough. Foot 3-0 start now solidified. And look at the surplus of money they've built up off of it.
Yeah, plenty of cash. Better than we saw on Dust 2 going into round number 4. It looks like Betera has just woken up on the wrong side of the bed today. First map wasn't good enough. The second so far, not delivering either. Finally, the rifle's out. Maybe a chance. Warp on height. And falls on the rest. Top mid smoke's going to be blown open for Symmetry to draw first blood. It isn't onto the CT sniper. It's Tenzi instead. It ends up falling. However, yeah, numbers in their favour. Bomb's going to be recovered. They'll start to work their way back around, I believe. I think this is going to be a late A execution. For now, they've got options.
Plenty of options. Plenty of time as well. World is Foot's oyster. Betera playing in a fashion that allows them to go for fast rotations regardless of where they want to pivot to, but it also doesn't give them many frontline options for either side. Lonix trying to pull their attention away. There's 2 players coming in from middle, 3 committed to Palace, and as the attention is drawn, as they start looking towards middle, those Palace players are gonna start to activate Symmetry. 2 kills found, and Betera, it's a terrible start unless Masval and Vert can do some very heavy lifting. Back-breaking work, in fact. And they won't even attempt it. I keep these weapons firmly within their grip. But now with information on those final 2, might even wager a hunt.
I don't think they're going to yet. And I kind of like that they don't as well. Balance out that economy a little bit. Krebeni and Launix don't have huge amounts of cash, but they're building up the bank nicely. It's early doors here on Mirage, and having the finances to allow you to lose a couple of rounds does you a lot of favours. Zero only saving 2 rifles isn't going to change all too much for them either. They're not going to go for the force around it. It is just going to be a half buy, so a couple of pistols and MP9s. This should still be easy enough for Foot to overcome. They'll run it down again. Symmetry has gotten off to a great start. He's 6-2. He's consistently hitting opening shots. It's Krebeni this time to draw first blood instead.
So far, so good. And the precedent that Betera has set so far in the tournament, in the public eye, it's no longer being closely followed as it once was. Symmetry, easy pickings, just so damn good on that AWP. Responsible for being the tip of the spear in his earlier push as well when they popped out of Palace with a double. Triple this time. Betera turning to dust.
They get nothing out of this round. Might be a chance for a single kill out of the MP9 as he hears Krebeni stomping around. He does grab it, worried to go into the murder holes, thinking there's maybe another there, but needs to be checking his flank instead. Demon with a bullet to the back of the head. Regardless of losing that round in the fashion that they did, there's still money to reinvest. So, you know, weapons will come out again, but
and now we're seeing an example of what would have happened on Dust 2 if height wasn't the glue that was at least keeping them stuck together. With a bad start like this one, when he's going 1-4, could have been the outcome of Dust 2. This time as well, Foot.
Ooh.
Very successful at the start. Krebeni being able to find a kill, draw attention away from 2 further players to fight middle, which means that B site is completely under-defended. All of their resources have been poured down top mid. And I'm not even sure if Betera want to wager this.
I actually really like the initiative from Betera to take a bit of control towards mid and go for the aggressive prod, but you're right, it's so reactive out of Foot. The second that they clock that there's extra numbers and therefore vulnerabilities elsewhere, they press into the B site, they overwhelm the single defender, and it's another solid lock of a round. Money building up even further. Another round that they won't go hunting, but after this, you do start to expect them to be honest. They're encroaching on max cash. And they'll start to get into that dangerous realm of 2 things. Number 1, you know, there's nothing to lose by hunting because they can't earn any more money. And number 2, as we get deeper into the half as well, they reach a point where they have so much money they can continue to buy until they have max loss bonus again. And therefore, there's kind of no prospect of potential eco rounds to come. So Betera really need to start biting back now. Height's gone very missing. He's 1 and 4. To be honest, Tenzi's down there with him. Nobody's really putting up numbers. This defense is just crumbling round after round. Betera don't have the answers.
Man, the one round where they get a little bit of control, right? It just ends up being something manipulative from Foot, where they give them an in so they can take a mile elsewhere on B. Allow them to feel like they're getting the small wins. Krebeni, opening frags have been pristine. And this time, they won't even have the insurance policy of having more players around to try and recontest. No, with Foot fully established on middle. Not really sure what the response from Betera is going to be.
Tenzi sat on the stairs. Oh my god, the spams. Actually get off a couple of tags. Less than a minute on this clock, and the bomb sat outside a ramp with Jukes in the palace, so it does feel like the crunch is coming, and it's coming soon. The interesting piece will be Launix here in middle. If you can draw Tenzi away, it should get a whole lot easier. Lovely shot out of Krebeni. That might actually pull the jungle rotation off. It's gonna do exactly that. And Cynics will get aggressive for info as well. Tucks himself in the corner. Oh, this could get messy. Wow. It's so well coordinated.
I'm not even sure what they're supposed to do. Oh. Masvidal has found a little gap in the defense. Maybe he can still do something. He has been the superstar of the team for the most part. But a 1v4 seems a bit too tall of an order. Did chip them down to just 2 members, but still not far enough. A 7-0 start. Team level James Bond situation. Like how their economy's gotten, like the loss bonus has built up so much and the economy's gotten so bad that they can now just keep throwing weapons at the wall in hope something's gonna transpire, but I got no words. Biggest win condition, Height, sitting on 1 kill. And it's not like you can only fault him, right? You got Tenzi on the same. Bert is barely slipping past that. Cynics in the same ballpark. Even Masvidal's kills haven't exactly been high impact. In fact, none of the kills that have been coming through from Betera have actually converted into a round. This has got to feel rough.
Yeah.
This time, though, some resistance at least offered.
Tight that's dead early again, though. And in pursuit of trying to contest mid and trading out for the 4v4, they've completely given up A. So it's a free plant for Foot. They get up no trouble. Symmetry's going to die to the molly, but return the favour with a HE. Krabeni's the snake in the grass on short. It's going to catch him from behind. Just when you think Betera have maybe got a bit of equity in around because they trade out the early duel and that time is running thin, they just get stomped out again. 8-0. Foot showing no signs of slowing. Height still 1 and 6 and yet to activate. They're pushed back onto a weak buy. The money is through the roof for Foot and they can start hunting. This is just looking scary.
This is such a terrible look because if Foot now decided to unplug their keyboards and go to sleep for the remainder of the half, they would still have an incredibly dominant finish.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to be doing that. That's a mercy that I think Betera would beg for 4 rounds right now, but
This is absurd.
for a semi-finals as well. It's kind of a shame because it makes you wonder, it makes you think, you know, if TNL had made it through that opening game, if ESC hadn't beat Big, would we have some bigger names in a more contentious game here in the semis? But
I mean, you say that, right? But this is also a completely uncharacteristic performance from Betera. Like, the odds of that happening are also about the same as the odds of any of the bigger names completely fumbling. I don't think this is an issue of Betera having made it to the semis because, I mean, they did end up beating all the bigger names, right? So I feel like those teams, just percentage-wise, were even more exposed to having bad games like this one. I guess just a luck of the draw, a particularly bad day and for Betera, and also a really good one for Foot. Not to say that I'm taking away any credit for them. Obviously, they're playing a monstrous T side at the moment. But it also requires a particularly bad day from an opponent that is roughly the same caliber to not generate a single round across 10.
yeah, this has been night and day. Foot's Mirage, one of the best that we've seen in the tournament so far. And I'm not teeing this up as a 13-0 just yet, but we have seen no resistance out of Betera, no signs of them winning a round anytime soon. It could be it here, though. The weapon's out, height on the AWP. Look at this, super aggressive through the T-spawn. And the mid boys are about to be flanked, and they are none the wiser. Surely Symmetry doesn't turn around here. Yeah, he just... Oh my god. Oh, that timing is pretty wild.
Oh, Zenix, Denzi. Able to finally start manufacturing some kills. Stop just short of double digits. Foot aren't going to be able to make this as clean as they wanted to. Maybe still, actually. I mean, 2v3. No, what? How is this happening? Demon protects Lawnex from top middle. And we still have a 2v2 on our hands, despite a 3-mana advantage to begin. 30 seconds. They're sneaking up Underpass. Information lackluster. They're going to be walking into a site that has one lone defender. And if Vert decides to try and speed things up towards A, this could actually be a completely empty site. In fact, a ghost down that they're going to be executing against. They've walked all the way up. Does Vert expect this? At least one of the kills should be a freebie. That's a couple of shots in the back, but the bomb needs to be planted by Demon. Needs to get a fast track on thing. Decides to go forward and gets the kill before he even commits. There's no way. This would be such a punch to the gut. A team that has already been battered for 9 rounds will barely survive by the skin of their teeth. And Cynics gets a lucky timing to keep them alive, but that is ludicrous.
Only Demon is confident enough to go for that fight, right? With such little time on the clock. There was no panic. whatsoever. Knew that he could swing out, pop the head, get back on the plant in time, but yeah, I just read it wrong. Cynics, I thought he was going to come up from market as well, but went for the jump into short and got there to catch him on the cross. Still a very chaotic round and a strap from Betera that I like, but there's no way Foot are going to let him do it again, right? That push-up ramp and all the way for the mid-flank is something that now will go checked. A little bit of a tactical pause from Foot to make sure that that one didn't shake them too much. They got more than enough money to reinvest for this round and the final of the half. No trouble. But yeah, with a 9-0 lead, they won't be happy with a 9-3 half. So they've got to focus up again here. Foot back on the gas.
We're not even counting the fact, we haven't even talked too much about what is going to transpire in the second half, because then Foot are going to have the advantageous side to behold. I'm just going to say it, double digits, and this game is over. Betera's best chances at the moment is to not only have a pristine end to this half, but also then to win the pistol round and all the conversions. Like, this is a tall order for a team that so far has only shown one round under their belt, which also came down to a 1v1 and was almost a botched 5v2.
Yeah, it doesn't fill you with too much confidence when that's the way in which you're converting, right? Height still on just that single frag. His Foot start to group up, lean over towards the A side of things. The last A execution we saw out of them was perfect. Their timings were impeccable. I don't even think they lost a man on the entry. This time, they'll run it back again. Overpass to trade. Shotgun sniper with a no-scope delivers. The numbers
watch out for
the
Tenzi.
CTs. Oh. Oh, God.
Yeah, he's going to pop his load a little too early, and they know exactly where he is. Foot, slight disadvantage, I guess, but still very recoverable. Masvidal's going to find the first. Symmetry does have HP, but doesn't have the angle. Betera, 2 rounds to show for the entirety of the half so far. And maybe they can at least soften this blow a bit, but there is no bandaging that is going to fix what has already happened to them. There's nothing to stop the bleeding other than what could be a perfect T side. That's an exercise in ambition.
So final of the half. Again, cash no problem here for Foot. Rifles out. Ichi's going to blow that smoke open. Krabeni's going to look for the timing to walk right through it. Tenzi going for the spams, giving up his position, and Krabeni can pop his head, no trouble. Flash into jungle. They've been given all of the room. This is looking reminiscent of one of the earlier rounds in the half from Betera, where they just gave Foot too much space. Didn't fancy their chances on the retake and were constantly saving. This time they're saved by Cynics with a double on jungle. And they've got the numbers here to play for this, despite the fact that it's the final of the half. They'll be going for it anyway. Shots connect for Vert. It leads all onto Jukes and Demon. Oh, nice shot.
Demon next to no chance. And Betera, there's no number of sprinkles you can put on mud to make it taste like chocolate. But at least they're sprinkles.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can still pick the sprinkles off. Just eat those. Little sugary boys.
And I think you coping like that is a perfect analogy for how Betera are going to have to cope. And have to, having lost their own map pick, going into the second half of the second map, their opponent's map pick, now on the disadvantageous side with only 3 rounds to show. What are even the win conditions? We are going to have a height masterclass. Masvidal to live up to the rating that he's got on HLTV and then some. And all the supportive elements to also have life games. Do you think that's going to line up, Josh?
Probably not, I'll be honest. But yeah, normally there's one big win condition. Here there's quite a few. The first one is winning the pistol round. If they're able to do that, it's a step in the right direction. It's an interesting setup though. They drop a smoke over towards B. There's a little bit of pressure by 2, but they don't take the contact, they just make noise. It pulls a rotate over. There is presence outside of A as well, but the bomb is in the B apps. They've just gone back to TV to grab it, and it does feel like they're going to be progressing now through Underpass to go for an A split, but Krebeni's about to just walk up and get a free kill in mid. This is kind of chaotic.
Yeah, not a bad kill at all, and he's going to get a head start on these connector duels as well. Dooley's starting to pop off, and he's just got 10-0 remaining when the dust starts to settle. A comfortable round for the CT side. And this is a start that is non-negotiable for Betera.
It was just a really weird setup for the pistol round, to be honest. Going for like a little bit of a fake prod towards B. You pull a rotation off of A, but obviously when there's no contact and nothing more than a couple of steps in a smoke, that rotate goes back quite quickly. With no presence in mid at all either, Krebeni sort of takes liberties, walks all the way up and gets a free kill. That then means that they don't have to worry about any kind of top mid pincer, and they've got all the leverage. Foot onto double digits. Well on their way to the finish line, surely. 10-3 just against the Glocks here with no bomb plant in the pistol with no real success at all. Information relayed that they're trying to waterfall out of Palace, and with that kill, maybe there's a chance for a plant. No, they don't even go for it. Locked out, Jukes with a triple and survives with 1 HP.
Single point on the scoreboard is the margin of error that they have. Not only that, the biggest difference maker of their team, who hasn't even showed up the entirety of the game, won't get a chance to hold that signature weapon unless they can do something in poverty mode. Betera wanted to take a little bit of control of B Apartments. Mid Molly is going to make things a bit tense for Tenzi. Krebeni's already found a kill. This is teeing up to be a disaster, Josh. You leave this round. Said that they had a bit of a margin of error, right? Just that one round. But even that is going to be tainted with the fact that there's no money beyond this point.
Yeah, coming up empty-handed here
Wow.
means game over, surely. And when I say empty-handed, I mean it in every sense of the word. Not just a round win, but no weapons saved, no kills found, really. There's a single there out of Asphalt. It's a hype 1v4. We've seen some incredible clutches from him recently. We saw an insane 1v3 yesterday. Now is the time to give us a little bit of that magic that we've grown so used to. He tiptoes into connector. He's going to be looking up towards short. Doesn't expect Jukes in the corner. Foot onto 12. And Betera, with no money, need to win 9 rounds in a row to try and take us to OT and stay alive in the semi-finals. And I just don't see it happening.
And I'd like to take this moment to highlight what has been going right for the CT side. I mean, look at Symmetry. 20-7. He has not only stepped into high shoes, but his toes are poking out of them. Just a complete laundromat from Foot. This is beyond washing Betera, right?
They close it out in this round here. It'll be an hour and a half, best of 3. It's pretty unprecedented for any stage of the tournament, let alone the semi-finals. This has been a miserable performance out of Betera. And look at that, trying to boost into window. Krebeni catches the drop onto Tenzi. It's an instant
And he sees
trade.
3 players.
Yeah, he sees 3 players, and the information's instantly relayed. He says to Symmetry, they're trying to go for a window boost. They might do it again to get on the angle. He does, catches out another. He'll go untraded.
Demon has
This
a
is
good
just
timing.
brilliant. This is done.
Yeah. I think we already know who the grand finalists are, folks. Foot 13-3. This is an unbelievable result for the team that was seen as the Grim Reaper for the vast majority of the tournament. Betera has been taken out by Foot in the most decisive game we've seen in the entirety of the tournament.
Unbelievable performance out of Symmetry as well. 108 ADR, he's dropping 23 kills, 3+ KD. Grabeni having another big damage game as well. Yeah, just exceptional out of the Foot boys. And as we've said, it sound like a broken record this entire series. Just not enough out of Betera, especially from height there in that second map. He fell asleep at the wheel after a decent performance in map 1. He dropped 17 ADR there on Mirage. As, you know, Europa and your star player, really, him and alongside Masval, is just not even close to par.
There was no piece on the side of Foot that was falling apart. Like, this was a perfect game from them. And aside from a couple of duels going the way of Betera, there really wasn't anything to show. And now we've got 2 grand finalists on our hands. We've got Ensign Foot, and the good thing is you don't have to wait, right? Today is the day where everything will be decided and we'll be crowning a winner of the Proving Grounds. But before that, of course, Josh, you got any preliminary thoughts for me before we go into an hour-long break? Because I'm sure both the teams need a little bit of time to rest.
Yeah, I mean, you guys do have to wait a little bit, but you don't have to wait until tomorrow. Don't worry about that. But yeah, it's been a really long road to get here. It's been an awesome one as well. And I'm really glad that we've got 2 strong teams in that grand finals position. You know, I think it's actually going to be a really exciting game. And 2 teams with very different play styles, different levels of experience. And I'm excited for it. I'm really excited for it. So yeah, go grab yourself a drink and some snacks. Go and rest for a little while. I'll be back here at 19 at CEST. We'll be kicking off our grand finals and wrapping up the Proving Ground Season 4. It's going to be an absolute banger, and you definitely don't want to miss it. So come and join us then, folks. See you all soon.
from the proving grounds to someone that has been, in fact, proven. It's Faraz and Josh bringing you through the action. Josh, how are you feeling about this last matchup?
I'm feeling good. I said before we went on that big old long 2-hour break that this should really, really deliver us a banger. You know, we've got two of, I think, the best teams from either side of the bracket, and I'm excited for it. I'm excited for sure. Ents beating fnatic earlier on as well was a really sort of interesting semi-upset, we'll call it. So, yeah, I'm excited to see if they can still continue that form. They've had a big, long break. They've had a lot of time to prepare, and I think that break after the Betera game as well has given them a bit of time to specifically practice and prepare for this matchup as well. There's enough time there to sort of watch back that demo and do some of those extra last minute adjustments.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think that stands true for both teams, actually, because generally speaking, the team that plays the second semifinals ends up with a slight disadvantage, right? But that's not going to be the case today because Foot also had 2 hours and 20 minutes to get that full prep done, right? Because of that, I think this is going to be a really good matchup that is completely untainted by anything like fatigue and all that stuff. So this should be really, really good. Now, the form we've seen from Foot today is exactly what I would want from them if they want to hold a candle to a team like Ents. And on the other side, of course, Ents themselves, they've had a wonderful run so far and are definitely contenders to become the going into it, I expect it to be neck and neck. But before we wrap things up, of course, I do want to quickly take a look at the Swiss standings. Josh, any thoughts here?
Yeah, I mean, this is the big picture, the journey in which we took to get here. Now, it's a bit of a shame because neither of these teams actually came through the Swiss stage. These were both playoffs invitees. But we did see some deep runs out of those Swiss sides. Here's the more relevant bracket. Foot's journey required a win against Spirit Academy, a close one versus Partizan, an incredibly one-sided game against Betera. And that's how they've landed themselves a spot in the grand finals. For Ents, it's been an interesting run as well. Their win against Sango, it was a pretty close game against Saw, and then a very close game against fnatic as well. It hasn't felt like such a
Because we've been growing so accustomed to them as the tournament has progressed. That being said, though, I do want to hear. I do want to hear your thoughts on who you think we should be focusing on because there's quite a few players that I think stand out.
I think, yeah, just to wrap that up before we go over to the Foot roster, I want to focus on who's performed so far today. And in the game earlier on against fnatic, it was this trio of Nightyu, Rigon, and Sumdai Young that played exceptionally well throughout the series. My eyes are on Pody to step up because that AWP, if Symmetry is playing the way that he did against Betera, which was lights out, especially on map 2, Pody's going to have a hard time here. You know, Pody has to step up and play some of his best Counter-Strike with that sniper. Otherwise, he is just going to be overshadowed by Symmetry. So my eyes are on him to perform. I think that's a big win condition here for Ents. And I think that it's just important for him to sort of wake up a little bit and come into this grand finals with his best form. As we move over to Foot, the same kind of goes. Symmetry needs to dig deep and find that same kind of level of performance that we were seeing earlier on against Betera. I think he's actually quite an inconsistent player, and as much as I love him, and I think he's fantastic, and I think he's very capable of playing at a very, very high level, he does need to fix that consistency issue first. And sometimes he has stinkers of games, sometimes he has matches like he had earlier on. But it will be a bit of a battle of the brains, actually. Krebeni and Sunday Young, both experienced in-game leaders and very respected in-game leaders. The map veto flashing up, Dust 2, Mirage, and Nuke. You were talking about that last matchup between these two teams. It was about 2 weeks ago in Challenger League. It was actually the exact same veto. So assuming history repeats itself in some way, shape, or form, we should see these two teams sort of win their own map picks, and then we should see a bit of a bloodbath in the decider. But we'll have to wait and see as we get underway with the pistol.
Oh wow, this is going to be a lot faster than I anticipated. Kills being exchanged, the CT is able to hold on. Zook, so many kills coming in. And when all is said and done, Ents' bodies will be dropping to the ground like flies. Foot is already hitting the road running before we can even get started.
Yeah, that was so pacey, and it wasn't on Foot's choice, you know? It wasn't like they were the ones that pressed into the tunnels. It was just a fast-paced push into the B site for Ents. It was shut down. It's going to give them a whole load of cash to buy into a hefty buy here. Rifles out, Demon on that for Mass. And they are just against the Glocks. Now, I will add a tiny bit of context on, you know, the VRS conversation. Ents are, and it was still like a 0.1%er or something, but they are still technically viable for the major. It is still technically possible for them to qualify, even though it's a very, very slim chance. So they're going to be looking at this game, seeing it as a must-win. For Foot, it's impossible. There's no avenue for them to qualify for the major. But for Ents, if they win this game and they win every other game and every other tournament leading up to the major, it is still a possibility. So we've seen those Cinderella runs in the past, right? We've seen it recently out of ESC. We've seen Skade in the past win sort of 20, 30 best of threes in a row. So it's not impossible. And to be looking to try and find that form to tail off the year. Get themselves in the most prestigious tournament in Counter-Strike. Just a shutdown here towards short. Krebeni's found a triple. And Pody can't deliver any damage. So a very, very good start for Foot. Has met no resistance out of Ents.
One thing I'd like to point out, just to contextualize the veto, Dust 2 Mirage Nuke, it's something that Foot have really been enjoying as a full series. Like, if you look at all of their past matches recently, it's Dust 2 Mirage Nuke. Even their game prior to this one against Betera, that was the veto that they ended up going with. If you look at what I think it was their game against Partisan, it was Dust 2 Mirage, and I believe that last map was Ancient, but Dust 2 and Mirage have very consistently been in rotation for Foot. So if you're picking that against Foot, I don't think that's a great idea, but I'm not really sure what kind of prep Ents has done to accommodate for that. At least veto's not going to be something that Foot are going to complain about. It's something they want to play every single one of those maps.
Kind of weirdly does you some favors, doesn't it? Having the same veto as last time round, you can then go back and watch that demo and learn from it. I think this game then sort of boils down to who's done the most homework. I think both sides have got a great support network around them. I do believe Ents have a little bit more in the support staff department in terms of analysts, assistant coaches and things.
I get that it's a double-edged sword. Like, if you pick into the same veto, right? Like, if Ents allow the same veto to pass through for Foot, it means that Foot get to play on very comfortable territory, but then Ents also have study material, and very, very recent study material, like 2 hours ago, so you're right about that. Multiple approaches we can look at it from. The only approach we should be talking about is the fact that they're approaching A site. Symmetry, waiting for him, open arms, M4 works, and it's a 1-for-1. Not bad. Krebeni, however, gets caught on the come-up. Some Young doesn't have the best weapon for this particular engagement. Look at this though, Law and X is starting to do some damage. Zoogs and Demons still have a very reasonable shot. Fama's not the best weapon for this though, outranged by the AK. Little HP remaining on 2, but the M4 cannot convert. And as Zoogs falls, ENCE will mark their first round.
A much better round as well. A-Site just crumbling under that pressure. 90 with a massive round, 3 kills, and all of them headshots. He's not aiming for the body today. He's a crispy rifler and he wants to show it. There is still going to be a full investment back though. Foot come in with all the, well, actually not quite all the trimmings. There's no kits. They've got Overpass. They're missing util a little bit. This is a buy that could certainly suffice, but gonna have to do some extra groundwork to get there. Pressure up into top mid doesn't work, although Launex finds a kill on long. Puts this into a 4-on-4. Door smoke allow them to regress. And then they're going to group up and lean over towards the B side of things. It's kind of just a guessing game here for Foot.
Stuck outside B doors. And a surprising opportunity being given up to Zoogs, considering that there was no reason for them to try and peek further, right, Josh?
Well, I guess so. There's retake.
Oh, dude, that's such a...
That is bad.
Oh, dude, that should have never happened. Pody, he was the one prong that could have changed everything. They haven't even gotten the bomb down yet, and Foot is running them over. 1v2. SEY peeks right into them, has the bomb. But they're coming right his way. Can't connect the spray, and he just didn't have the HP to make it work. That was honestly incredibly disjointed and fumbly from ENCE.
Yeah, that was bad. That was really bad. I mean, a horrible whiff out of Pody, right? It has to be said. But they had so much time to get that plant down and then have a bit of leverage and a fuse on the round. They chose not to. They wanted to take those jewels. I think they were sort of waiting for Pody to take out that pincer, and then they could plant safe from the tunnels and focus on that position. But yeah, as soon as that whiff comes in, the round just sort of falls apart off the back of it. Foot right back to winning ways. And even with... I'm not going to call it a weaker buy, but as we established at the start of the round, it was missing certain things. They make it happen. Now they're against a truly weak buy. It's 3 pistols, a scout, and an AK. Sunday Young has got to be the spearhead here. He's got to be the one to make this happen. And caught with his pants at his ankles, flashbanged, blinded, and trying to wriggle away, but he can't escape.
Launex sees him coming, plays around the smoke, plays them like a fiddle, and he still has support. No, Naichu's gonna catch him. And that puts the CTs in a bit of an awkward spot. 3v3, still slightly favorable for Fritz, sure, but it is the full bomb site being given up, and utility will be set up as well just to try and delay this progress even further. And by this time the smokes start to expire, a lot of time will have been wasted, but most of their attention is coming in from tunnels. Flashbang avoided. Here they come. The scout needs to activate soon, and Demon finds a crack in the defense, but it's not going to matter. So much time has been wasted, and the haphazard push towards the end is met with brute force. ENCE not letting Foot get away with more.
Well, exactly what you want to see at the start of a grand finals. It's back and forth affair, neither team really able to establish all too much of a lead or an economy. And it means double eco here for Foot, so they're going to come back with the pistols for ENCE. It's better, but Sunday Young's still on a scout. There's vulnerabilities. They're going to call a tactical pause to call something foolproof, to make sure that they do convert, they get that freebie against the full eco that they're so deserved of, or at least they would be, if they can overcome this first hurdle. But yeah, this has looked a little bit uncomfortable so far for both sides. That's understandable for Foot. It's their opponent's map pick. For ENCE, they've got to find that form. Miltzy sat 0 and 5. It's still early doors, but The deeper you get into the game, the more rounds you go without finding a kill, the harder it seems to be to get yourself on the board and actually convert one. I like this response. Interesting from Foot. Knowing that with a weak buy like this, a standard setup's not going to suffice. And a 4-man stack towards long. They'll throw all their eggs into one basket and they're going to cross their fingers.
Just a basic default pace from ENCE, prioritizing that short control. No real initiative coming out from Foot either. They just have a full belt of utility so they can keep trying to delay any progress. And this is actually a decent strategy for just the pistols. I mean, if you can get ENCE to hastily push a bomb site in the last 20 seconds, then that's when those 5-7s can actually be really deadly. They still do have a player towards B that can allow them to pivot back, but you can see the timer starting to tick down and Foot wanting to be a little bit more gambly with their play. Rotations coming in, long players starting to get closer to short as well. And this is looking a bit worrisome for ENCE.
There it is, they're walking in to the teeth of this monster, Grabeni. Demon popping off shots with the pistols. Symmetry eventually gets there. It's a little bit scrappy and Jukes turns the wrong way at the wrong moment. That's a real shame. If he takes one there, they've got a massive advantage. Instead, Nightyu's going to pick off. And Symmetry's left by himself. 1v2. They know roughly where he's coming from as well. He found that kill in CT. Enough times passed that he could be coming from anywhere, but oh, they're just staying tucked. They're making this really difficult. Miltsy peeks up on a timing and an easy pick. ENCE do convert a third. It's quite an expensive round, to be fair. They're not going to be delighted with it, but they'll be happy to get it over the line.
Yeah, honestly, it's a pretty decent round from Foot. If ENCE doesn't pivot into having a mid to B push with short being used as the second prong, if it's just a basic short push, I think they get totally overwhelmed by the pistols. But Foot still did a really good job at converting 3 kills, making it come down to the wire, breaking enough of the money on them to keep their economy honest. Still, weapons have been purchased. Foot banking on the fact that ENCE are going to be missing out on some key money as well. Nightchu, look at that footwork. Make sure that he's not going to get punished. Instead, backs off, wants his tunnels players to try and help him out. And unfortunately for Foot, they thought that they had the drop on ENCE, but it was the other way around.
And now what are you left with? Really awkward position. I don't completely understand why they've even gone for the buy here. The buy in the round prior made sense, you know, they were double eco. It came fairly close, and they said, yeah, let's run it back with the pistols. And it's actually going to cost them a couple of rounds here at a point that they can't necessarily afford it. We've talked a lot today about how early momentum counts for so much here in CS2. And ENCE just demolished the pistols. Now it's going to be that eco round. Out of the boys from Foot. It costs them 1 extra. And yeah, as I say, I'm not sure I'm a big fan of that call to run it back with the pistols there. Cody. Yeah, they're just toying with him. No more playtime. Scopenny's tag low.
A lot of the composure that we saw from Foot in the previous game and even prior in this tournament, right? Especially as far as macro decision-making goes, I'm somewhat concerned that that might fall apart because after their purchases from the previous round, I'm not feeling too confident about how they're going to approach this from a macro level. I think he's gonna roll in soon though, so not like they're completely out of it, but I do really want them to play in a way where they can prioritize that AWP for Symmetry, because he's already shown us for the day that he's having an incredible hand.
Well, there it is. Yeah, I was a little bit worried in this round as well, because he had 5,300, and I was like, are we really still not going to see Symmetry's AWP come out? But yeah, Krebeni spends a few extra of his own pennies, drops it over. And we are finally going to see that fall by round out of foot, but this is where they need to step up and start putting rounds back down. As I say, I think it can be a bit of a sort of confidence knocker when you go for a call to buy up the pistols in an extra round, and it ends up meaning that you have 3 in a row where you just kind of get blasted and you don't have the firepower to respond. Last time these guys had guns out, they were actually in control. They were 3-2 up. Since then, there's been a whole load of nothing. Here we go. Rifles in play. 4M4, Symmetry with his AWP. On the other side, Pody to respond. So far, it's been an even playing field with the 2 snipers. I like this from Jukes. I don't think Sumdai Young will expect this if he does choose to walk up. I mean, the longer he stays here, the sort of more it becomes plausible that someone may have crossed into the left corner, and, well, his spidey senses tingle. He does go for the clear. It's a big entry.
Cody. Great opening kill. And Symmetry's going to have to match his freak in just a moment as they start turning around long. Can't afford to miss a single shot here. But that's the thing. Ents aren't even making it clear where they're eventually going to pounce. They start chucking utility over middle. At least feign the impression that it could be something towards short, towards middle. But problem is, Foot already have a fair bit of info. They know that tunnels is largely clear. So Symmetry can start focusing on making sure that those shots are going to hit. Oh, what a connection.
Wow. Yeah, it's a big kill. Launex finding one back as well. Ents started this off with an untraded man advantage and not a lot of damage taken in the process either. And now they walk into a site with 25 seconds to spare, no other options, no time to rotate. So they've got everybody ready for this. It's a good entry out of Miltsy though, but they're still going to deal with Symmetry. This is an awkward angle and an awkward weapon to have for the job, but if he hits the shot, then the round's still winnable. Unfortunately for him, Miltsy comes out on top. No chance to deny the plant. Launex has got a tough punch on his hands, but a great reaction! And the transfer is unbelievable. Launex, I honestly counted him out of that. I didn't see a world he made that happen. But he finds it, and Foot are right back in the picture.
That adjustment is criminal. The long-range duel on Car and the adjustment to sight. After Krebeni's fumble, he was spamming through the smoke, and when Symmetry holds an angle where he's guaranteed to get pre-fired, I thought Foot had already gotten all the ingredients necessary for the recipe of a disaster, but that saved the meal.
That's a real fumble from Ents. That's not only a round that they should be winning, but a little bit off.
Jukes needs to buy time.
Opportunity. Yeah, Jukes is doing very well at buying time as well. I mean, eventually he gets overrun. He kind of needed a kill to make this round plausible for his teammates, but yeah, understood the assignment of staying alive. Fortunately, couldn't do so for long enough.
I really do appreciate that Ents are willing to switch up the pace very quickly. They're not going to wait around. They're not going to keep falling back into old patterns. Quick B rush, that's all it takes. Especially because I think they started to recognize that it's a more heavy setup towards A. Because they've been running into players on long. They've been running into 1 or 2 players on short. Recognizing that the AWP's postured there as well. No, Krebeni. It's a nuisance. He has full HP, so he survives that as well. Hence, they've done well to secure a pretty damn good T side, if you'll ask me.
Yeah, I think 6 could certainly suffice.
Yes, their map pick, and then they get to play the defense. It should be okay. Any bonus rounds are absolutely welcome. Aw, caught on the cross. That is brutal, especially because LawNX is the glue that's been holding them together. Responsible for the 1v2, also leading the charge on the actual scoreboard. Fanny following closely. Good nade.
Yeah, that's cruel. Alex wasn't even going for the fight. Just caught in the crossfire. Jukes blocks the CT smoke. I love that. It allows them to be fully aware of if it's just a fake or if they're trying to maneuver around it. It is somewhat the former, because there's 3 trying to press up long, and Symmetry has got all the answers. Jukes is here with him. Miltsy gets a flash over the top. It should go too high and too far, so it doesn't need to be turned. Symmetry still posted. Miltsy pops his head. If he can end up with 2 here, this is a round that Ents have just snatched back out of the depths of nowhere. Demon wants to send it back to hell, and he does. A second headshot converts. Foot are getting this done with clutches, but they're continuing to convert them.
That got really bad for a second. Miltsy started to claw it back. I was really appreciating the footwork there. Taking these micro steps to isolate the 2 players. Multiple ranges that he had to deal with. Wanted to make sure that he can flush a player out of car. And he ended up winning both of those duels. But very nicely done by Demon to make sure that Foot aren't going to let go of it. Last round. And surprisingly enough, both of these teams have quite the tendency to play in these longer, elaborate defaults, but they're also not afraid of going down to the fast pushes and things like that, really taking advantage of long-term conditioning that they've been able to put up. Miltsy, quick to refrag for his teammate. And LawNX is going to find a really good timing. I don't think they're going to expect him to be right behind them so soon. They're not checking for it, especially with Demon now starting to pull away some attention. LawNX isn't going to be checked. And although the bomb site has been gained, Miltsy, no, you're no LawNX, buddy. The 2-man spray down doesn't connect, but his teammates still have an opportunity because the CTs are softened up. Symmetry finds some Young, and I'm not sure why he's rushing in without Pody.
And here's another one of these kind of pre-bomb plant retakes where Ents had a little window to get that C4 down. Instead, it was kind of stuck getting out of the tunnels. It ends up being dropped car. Oh, it's a kill from Pody with 20 seconds left. You know, this is somewhat plausible as he swaps to the rifle. LawNX is low, but he needs to make the decision right now as to how he's going about this. Just the final round of the half. Swings, gets the high HP player. LawNX swings for the instant trade. If he'd have caught a stray bullet there, that could have gone horribly wrong. But a good clutch again. The last 3 rounds have come down to these nail-biting moments. But Foot do recover, and we go 6-6 at the half.
I think one of the narratives that I pointed out earlier, the fact that every single player in these final few teams has the potential to turn things around, that's been staying true for Foot. So many times it's been their individuals that have had to step up. And with how chaotic these mid-rounds are getting, when it's coming down to the duels, the entertainment value has really been bolstered by how good these micro engagements are. Oh wow, the second half is going to start the same way that the first half did. B-side push, here it comes. Regon not quite hitting any of his shots. They still need to check for the car player though. They found two. Regon still, oh my goodness, that is some great precision from Regon. And he's continuing to jump forward to find fights, but he gets a little over-eager, and I think that might be what cost him the round. Zoogs, last laugh as Foot gets 7, and Regon, despite 3, still has Foot with 2 members alive.
Keeping this momentum going, and yeah, losing the pistol round on the CT side hurts you, hurts the economy a lot. They either drop down to the eco here and give up another round, or they go for a force and cross their fingers. But I'm honestly not a big fan of the CT4 spies. We're seeing it more and more at the moment because teams are aware of sort of early half momentum and the impact it has. But a double scout setup here, it's bold. It's really bold. I'll bite my tongue because I have a tendency of jinxing things, but they lose this. It's an eco in the next. Foot find 9. This gets a whole lot harder for Ents on their own map pick. But now just slow.
With the precedent that Foot have set today after their first game, I'm surprised that Ents were brave enough to go into this pick. It was an absolute stomping against Betera. And we'll see if that continues to be the trend. Pody on the scout rifle narrowly escapes with his life. And it's still a 3v2 though, so can't get too excited unless they can get a couple more hits in. Young and Pody, they still have pretty potent weapons. They need to connect headshots with no mistakes being made. Smoke just allows any haste here. And yeah, they don't have any money for the next one, so makes sense that they're saving the snipers. Cody's going to stick around in hopes that... Sorry, Young is going to stick around in hopes that someone's going to die to his scout rifle as they attempt to run away from long. Hoping to pick up a weapon, but that wish will not be granted.
Actually hits the scout shot on Zaju's through the wall on short, which really doesn't normally inflict too much damage, but a headshot with a scout will still get you down to half, and the second one will finish him off. So yeah, reasonably expensive round for Foot, I guess, but it doesn't really matter when they're up against an eco here. 2 scouts saved. The force from Ents falls on deaf ears. Foot are looking potent, they're looking powerful. Launex, this most recent addition in place of Masuta, putting up numbers that Masuta never really did. Set up at the top of the scoreboard, 13 and 10. Scary force. The Ents have struggled to deal with. I called upon Pody at the start of this series to give us his best to counteract symmetry, and he has been playing well, to be fair to him. He's going to have to wait before he can get that AWP out. It'll come in the next round. But now this is one they're more than likely going to have to give up.
Yeah, it's going to be a while before Ents can realistically activate. T-side of Foot being quite elaborate. And I guess that's a similarity that they share with Ents. Comfortable with switching things up, having multiple layers to their offense. Oh, Miltsy, wide open gate. Surprised he doesn't get punished for it. And they are trying to hastily piece something together towards B. Pody given a second lease on life. That lease will quickly be left unpaid and expire.
so
Round
much
goes-
damage being inflicted in this round. The fact that they've only found 1 kill is just criminal, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the round goes the way you would have expected it to, but then you put that game under the microscope, see how little HP is remaining on foot. You can see that this round could have actually gone haywire.
There's still a chance if anyone fancies giving him the fight. Sunday Young to get a couple of kills out of this. I think he's got his eyes on that rifle because he doesn't really want to be saving the scout. Bomb's going to blow it towards him. Oh, it kind of gets stuck on the box. Does he get there? No. He comes into round number 16 with a scout that I think he's just going to toss away. Yeah. He'll be happy enough that he holds on to the Kevlar. Allows him to get that kit out and a bit of extra util. The money's not great, so every little helps. But Foot have done what's required. Don't lose to some random force buy. Don't lose to an eco. Stay consistent. Stay firm. Now they go into the buy round with a reasonable amount of firepower, a 3-round gap that they lead with. And a decent economy as well. A bit of money to fall back on if needs be. Odie very aggressive here, though, into lower mid. He's got a smoke to his side, so doesn't have to worry about anyone pushing to his left. No one's going to push in front of him either. Now it fades. He actually overstays a little bit. He's lucky. Symmetry doesn't peak. Minute 15 on the clock.
Incredibly important round for Ents. If they lose this, very few margins of error will remain. No gas in the tank after this either. And look at what Foot are starting to cook up. With the way the bomb is positioned, with the way the mid players are positioned, this is about to be the B-side push. It's getting so disjointed for the CTs, though, and Regon has done all that he could. Head on a swivel to find a double. And Ents will want to fast-track their way through the smoke. Flashbang to assist it. And look at this boost that's being stepped up. They're not going to expect Krebeni on that angle. Gets a quick bit of info. That lets him know that at least 2 players are coming in from middle. No info on the last one, so that's something they're going to have to watch out for. Molly clears out Car. And Ents need to quicken up their pace. Here comes a retake, spraying in blindly. Flashbang is so good, but Krebeni has brought it down to just 1 member after the team damage. But Pody will be able to maintain his composure, get the defuse kit, and there is just enough time for him to hit the numbers and cut the wires. Ents with barely a 7th.
Wow, that was actually a team kill at the end there as well. It wasn't even a double spray out of the AK backside. Very, very lucky. Pody does well to stay composed at the end too, when he realizes he doesn't have time for the defuse. To just quickly identify where the kit's been dropped, grab it and get back on that bomb. Had about half a second to spare. It seems silly, it seems menial, but in those situations when adrenaline's running high, it's very easy to fumble. And he doesn't. And Ents stay afloat here on their pick of dust too. Krebeni, however, wants to get a bit of revenge after that last round lost. An early advantage onto the clutchy of it. Pody down early. Well posted. Very fast shot. Miltzicon, 2-man advantage. They're going to continue to press on to A.
Regon connects the first shot. Krebeni getting distracted by the duel all the way over in CT spawn, but when the dust is settled, it's still a 2v2. And Demon is trying to look for Regon. It's all about who can see the other first. I think Demon might have gotten a whiff of what's going on. Lonex in the meantime, trying to join his company from CT. Regon, look at this! That is an unbelievable shot! But unfortunately, caught fumbling with the weapon means that he can't convert it into a real collection for the highlight reel.
Wow, he'd done so well to recover this round as well. This is a 5v3 that he brought down to a 2v2. And, you know, hindsight's 2020, but if he just gets around that corner, there's a rifle drop by Demon as well. He didn't need to peek out further and pick up the M4. Him and Demon were sort of having this stalemate duel with the smoke in the middle, knowing that they were on either side of it. You can only expect that Demon's going to be swinging for that fight as soon as possible. And Rigon takes the contact. Not only is it the right play, but it's Demon we're talking about. We've seen him do exactly that in previous rounds. Remember that 1v2 he pulled off earlier? And he found the first kill on the cross and then insta-swung long with the flashbang. Pile on the pressure to the last. Foot knowing that the Ents economy is going to be broken. Breeze it into long. They want the long-range engagements. They know they're against the pistols. This will be for 11 rounds.
What used to be Navi Jr. has gotten rid of the junior part of their name for a very good reason. It's because they eventually want to compete with the big boys, even if it means that they've had to leave their prior organization estranged.
We're all grown up. It brings a tear to my eye. Oh, they are getting overwhelmed by the USPs here, though. Symmetry's going to be
Good night
careful.
to Symmetry's up.
Yeah. I don't know, actually. He's done well to just drop back lower pit, so... You know, they have got
I
the cross
love
if
it.
anyone wants to take that fight with him. Yeah, they'll drop down, though. That's the
Yup.
way to go about it.
I love the fact that Krebeni
in.
doesn't want to let them get away with this. But this is a very good save coming out from men. Some really good exit frags. An AK and an AWP. The thing I was worried about is that if they would lose the subsequent round after the previous one, then they wouldn't have any money in the tank. But being able to bring an AWP and an AK-47 suddenly puts them in a spot where these last two rounds, even if they end up losing, will both have enough weaponry behind it. Tactical pause being taken by Foot. I think part of that reason is that their money is just so weird, right? Strange to see that they've been winning rounds, but hence end up with a better economy. Those two saved weapons give them some cash in the bank. Cannot say the same for Foot, who are now down to a few Galils, a MAC-10, and one AK-47. One of the worst positions that their economy has been in the T side.
Yeah, sometimes you've kind of got to know when to cut your losses, right? And I think that last round was a good example of it. When all five flooded out along, there was an easy opportunity for Foot to just sort of say, okay, right, you know, they found the first kill onto the rifle. Our AWP's cooked. Let's just give that up. We'll still hold on to some rifles here. And instead, you know, they really forced the issue. They were desperate to stop Ents from getting those rifles carried across. And they ended up losing everything as a result at a time that they couldn't really afford to play with their economy. So end up seeing a buy round with 3 Galils and a MAC-10. But oh my god. Krebeni swings with the flashbang. He's actually blinded by it. But it means that Sundar Young is turned, and it's an easy pick out of the MAC-10, an upgrade into the AK, and a good start for the team that came into this a little short-handed.
Yeah, one of the better weapons being taken out, actually. That's a solitary AK-47, and he'll be able to toss it over. If he wants to give it to someone with more HP, guess not. Mid control on the way, though. Nightchew swings out, not being checked from the window. And with a little bit of help, we'll be able to clean mostly everything up. But if he doesn't stay alive here, there's a very good chance that this 2v2 can still convert for Foot. So many stalemates that we come into, but most of the time we're seeing the T side come out on top. Cody and Miltsy lost to 2. Coming in from tunnels, is he even going to be expected? Benny's watching for it. They want to time it to perfection. There's the swing. Miltsy not found. Zook's kind of bad on the timing there, and Ents will be given an opportunity to come right back.
Yeah, that timing on the peak was just a little bit delayed, wasn't it? That was a real opportunity, a 2v2. The bomb down on the B site, you would normally be favouring the Ts. Miltsy gets a little lucky. We see him survive with 1 HP. That I don't want to create a conspiracy here, but we've been seeing a lot of players left on 1 HP today. I don't know if you've been noticing it. Have you been noticing? Have you seen the patterns? We've seen it multiple times this game. That's like the second or third time this game now we've seen a player down to 1 HP, and we saw it a few times in the semi-final earlier on as well. That's rare. There's no gun in the game that specifically gets someone down to 1 HP. It's always got to be a combination of like a nade.
I think the larger narrative is that we're seeing so many down to the wire duels, like the 1v1s that come down to the last bits of health. We've seen the 1v2 spray downs twice now. I mean, Miltsy did it just now, and then we saw it earlier from Lawnex as well. So, I think the bigger picture is that this game is close. At least the duels are. And after this victory from Ents, the scoreline isn't going to be even too far. Zooks, got a bit of damage inflicted, uses the molly as a faux smoke to give himself a better chance of the duel. That's nice. Expecting the flank. But Ents are pretty much doubling up on long.
Yeah, they've got a sight line on the bomb. The worrying factor here is that Pody's
You can't peek into that.
Is on short. I mean, yeah, you can't peek into the double setup. I like the way they're going about this as well. They've got like the different elevations, so they don't even line up, you know. That A ramp really favors them a lot in a scenario like that, and there's of course no way out of it. So yeah, it's not a round that you have very high expectations for Foot. Remember, they did come into this with just the Glocks for the most part. Finding a couple of kills isn't too shabby. They've still got a decent lead. But we saw them with some great clutches earlier. We saw them do very well under the pressure, and that seems to be waning a little bit here. Ents are finding consistency, they're finding form.
It feels more like Ents have now been able to find consistency on specifically those high pressure clutch moments. Because if they're not getting those 2v2s, those 3v3s going, then Foot might have already won the game. And all they need to do to push Foot back to an even standpoint, bring it to 11-11, is get past this particular round, which already doesn't have too much oomph behind it.
I like this boost. You don't see this all too often. I mean, but
yeah,
I'm going to be going out long without a flashbang, of course, because Miltsy still
sees the body turn the corner in just the right amount of time. Flashbang is good. Miltsy, as he's dropping, connects some really good shots. And here we are, a single point away from tying things up. $2,500 for Foot, so hopefully they'll manage their economy better than they did at the start of this game. If you recall how they let their money slip because they were being a bit hasty about their buys, just trying to put everything together with just the pistols. Not this time, though. He's going to have a couple of deagles at best. Trying to make it work. Some die young on short. Doesn't want to get flooded by the pistols, so early utility in the form of a Molotov is fine. Here we go. Cody quite low, actually, so a single pistol bullet could take him out, but he's got support, so that's not a real concern. Uh-oh. That's bad. I mean, they should be able to recover the AWP. This shouldn't turn into anything worse. Or does it?
Yeah, this falls down to a 2v2. And the bomb's actually headed over towards B as well. It's completely underdefended. They don't have a smoke for the cross, but it should be easy enough. Yeah, Jukes will jump. Demon Yeah, catches a bad timing. Someday Young's gonna come up. Oh, what a reaction!
No,
Hits the
no,
one
not
knee.
like this.
He's there. I think he should just be able to jump on this defuse and stick it. No, the timing is such that he has to take the fight, but he will still win it. He didn't have a kit. It's going to be ends on to 11, but that round is way too expensive.
That could have gone oh so wrong. A guaranteed round nearly goes haywire. And the T's electing to take a tactical pause. Good time to do it as well. Just a moment ago, they were looking decisive. They're starting to choke a bit now. Especially when you consider that so many of those mid-rounds, so many of those individual moments, just the 1v1s, late round situations, any of them go the way of Foot, that could have broken ends. But not yet. Ents are going to show us that they have a lot more resolve than Betera do.
Yeah, well, one of the narratives that we had before going into this game was that both of these teams were actually very well and very strong on their own disciplines, yeah? When these maps came up previously, they were convincing wins. It was only really when that Decider map came up that we saw it truly go the distance. So this is a change of scenery. This is a curveball. Miltsy, nice angle. We've seen him play on top of the blue box previously. This time he's further to the right of it, but Krebeni's got the answer. No double kill for Miltsy this time round. He's been a beast. He's 17 and 17. An overrun. Now they've got the long control, and they're not going to press off of the back of it. Cross smoke's there. But they're staying put for now.
Miltsy down. And Foot aren't going to be wasting any time. Going all the way around, going to T-spawn. Krebeni has gotten his individual duel going, and as he takes control of A somehow, it signifies to ends that they've got to make the rotation start to happen. But this smoke could actually provide a lot of information. Nate is actually quite good to try and fish out some Young. Krebeni and Demon, though, they're winning out their engagements, and Nate Yu, although we've seen quite the clutches from him in the past, 1v4 all the way from B site is a tall order that he's not going to step up to, and Foot guaranteed 12.
That's a big time to wake back up. They've been asleep at the wheel for the last few. They've allowed Ents to bring this all the way back. But when it really matters most, they hit 12, they secure OT. This is their opponent's map pick. It's Mirage up next. It's one that they're really, really good at. We saw a perfect showcase of it against Betera earlier on, but I wouldn't even use that as the yardstick. Their history on Mirage is one that has a long resume. Beating top-level teams with convincing stats. So Ents really need to win this round. They really need to keep the pressure on Dust 2. You can see Nightyu sort of scratching his head. Something I've mentioned about this roster and their most recent addition, Rigon, is the fact that he brings the energy, he brings the morale, because some of these younger players don't necessarily have the experience for these grand finals, for some of these bigger high-pressure matches. Pody locks in. Big early pick onto Krebeni.
There goes a B push. They've only gotten the one kill. No, not for long. They're going to start getting more. And this flank from middle is all that the doctor ordered. Miltsy and Pody with the blood supply cut off from middle. is going to be a next to impossible uphill battle. Every duel needs to be pristine to get past this deadly crossfire. But Miltzy already quite far in, playing from the car, punished by symmetry. Pody needs to hit 2 shots, but Foot, just as they were about to collapse on the finish line, they'll be rejuvenated enough to find those 2 final rounds and take us to map 2.
Wow, all right, now they've got a very, very good opportunity, a clear path into the championship. Rigon had one hell of a game. When you actually look at the 2 scoreboards side by side, it doesn't look like, and they are sort of the wrong way around, but
Yeah, they're
that's
the
okay.
wrong way around.
It doesn't look like Foot were the winning team, right? The kills were more on the side of Ents, but Krabenny, your MVP, the mastermind behind the team, the man calling the shots and putting up the numbers, and he did exactly the same earlier on, by the way. He was playing a great game, was calling a great game against Betera 2, is the one with the MVP for map 1. Mirage up next. This is going to be tough for Ents.
Yeah, it gets really awkward towards the end, right? For Ents, it started to look like they were putting the pieces together. It looked like they were going to be just fine. But I don't know what it was. For a moment, it looked like Foot were totally running out of gas, and that Ents would be able to materialize the comeback. It would just be a classic, oh, you end up choking on your opponent's map pick because you can't last long enough on it. You know, longevity-wise, just I thought they wouldn't be able to do it, personally. But now that we're going into map 2, Foot getting to play their preferred map, and for Ents to not have won theirs, this is such a question mark for me. And it could honestly be such a showing for Foot, who have previously already shown that they are willing to best Ents over and over.
Yeah, it's worrying. It's worrying for sure. But I don't know. You know, it's grand finals. It's the time that you dig deep. When your backs are against the wall, you come out swinging. And I think we've got some real hard hitters on Ents. I'd be surprised if they go into Mirage and just keel over and die. So I hope that we see the very, very best version of Ents as we go into map 2. But I do have to agree. The we got that close affair in map 1, and the fact that Foot were able to take it, I think really does sort of tee them up for this one.
Yeah, map 2 is going to be really high pressure, but that is exactly what we expect from the grand finals. very closely contested game that is worthy of a grand finals performance from both teams, actually. I think Foot and Ents went neck and neck, but Ents felt a little bit short. There were times where I feel like they could have gotten the lead, but not quite. They weren't able to cut it.
Yeah, towards the tail end of that one, it really did feel like it could have gone either way. Ents found this really good run of form where they were able to win sort of 3 or 4 in a row, and I thought that momentum was just going to sail them to the victory, but they dropped it. They dropped it at that final moment. Foot were able to take 12 rounds and then 13 in kind. So,
oh, look at this.
Fast stuff. Yeah, we saw a very fast pistol round out of Ents on Dust too, and I think Foot want to try and return the favour, but it's the same result. It's the USPs just demolishing.
That's not a single duel going the way of Foot. Pistol round, an absolute whitewash. And Krebeni will be dealt with in the exact same way. Ents, a comfortable start. And definitely a much needed one after the confidence hit, the punch to the gut that they faced in the previous map.
Okay, but a much better start. A hell of a much better start from Ents. You'd think that their confidence would be knocked after after losing their map pick and losing it in the fashion that they did. Swarming into Mirage, winning the pistol, looking in good stead, looking in very, very good stead. Up against the force here, but there isn't too much behind it. Foot didn't find the bomb plant. Foot didn't find any kills. Foot didn't get anything in that pistol round to justify all too much of a buy here, but they fancy their chances with the Tech 9s, so I stay optimistic. Pretty slow stuff, though, as they're stacked up in the B apartments. Krebeni's going to come and join the party, and it seems like they'll go for a pop, but it's only with these 2 flashbangs.
Easy does it. Easy firing range for all the members here. And no casualties will be given just yet, so 2 rounds have whizzed by, with no kills having been clocked by Foot, so Ents want to try and return the favor of the previous map, but this time do it in a clean way. Gotta remember that this is Foot's map pick. They're starting on the disadvantageous side, sure, but expectations from them are quite high considering that this is their bread and butter. It's a map that they barely ever lose. They've only been really losing to higher level opposition, I guess. And if you look at the types of wins they've been getting in the past on Mirage, it's been really good. Like 13-3s, 13-8s, 13-1s, there's a 13-6 in there. So not only do they win Mirage often, they also do it in a pretty convincing way.
They can keep a flawless round here. This would
Also,
rocket
they have
their economy.
I'd like to point out that Foot have a 10 win streak on Mirage.
Yeah. Well, I pointed out earlier on that they were on a 9-win streak pre-Betera game.
True.
So yeah, it makes sense for this to number 10. Well, now be number 11 if they're able to take it. But so far, we've not seen very promising signs. That was the first kill of the game. That's from Jugs, just strafing left and right with a Glock. But it came in round number 3. Round number 4, I want to see 5 kills out of them. They've got the AKs out. This is the T side of their map pick. They've just beat their opponents on Dust 2. It's the grand finals.
When they have this little back and forth tango that they've had with Ents, with the fact that they don't need as many rounds as Ents do. They're on the disadvantageous side. You can still have a relatively chill half and get away with it, but Ents, the false sense of security when you're exchanging rounds with the terrorists. Penny in from short. Acts as that second point in the pincer. More grip coming through from apartments than there is from short.
This is where it actually becomes problematic, because Foot are now on to 6 rounds. They secure themselves an even half, and they've got a couple of opportunities to extend that further, and I would not be surprised if they take it. Symmetry's been desperately quiet at the start of it. He's sat 1 and 6. But if he wakes up, and the scales tip even further. Now, this was a round that you're not really expecting too much of out of Ents. It was just the pistols, but they haven't found a single kill. The expectations were definitely a little bit higher than nothing. So round number 11. Ents need to bite back here. They've got the weapons in hand. Odie with that AWP again. The rifles on the rest. A whole load of util. There is only one kit, but we haven't seen too many viable retakes throughout this half anyway, have we? I think when you think about the rounds as a whole, a lack of kit hasn't plagued them on any occasions. It's either a round that they win comfortably, or it's a round that they have no chance in and they go for the save.
I think there was that 1v1 from Nate where he didn't have a kid that could have been changed. But other than that, probably not. Oh, Demon.
Oh.
Incredible double kill to kick things off. And quick note, the next round's not going to be very forgiving money-wise.
Yeah, Demon's
on the
double.
menu. Yep.
It's actually going to pull the rotations off. It leaves B completely open. This is a viable retake, and it's one that they're going to go for. Rigon's got a good little flank going. They've still got him at disadvantage.
It's about pacing themselves as well, right? Because they want to start getting those kills in before the Palace player comes in. Not that they know of his information. Symmetry, connecting that shot, however, makes this next to impossible. And now they've got to be on the back foot.
I'll be toxic and say it. Doubled his kill count this round. Let's go Symmetry. Climbing up the board.
Not gonna lie, I didn't even notice that he wasn't having a good game yet.
Yeah.
I think it was a cohesive enough team effort. At least that's the cope I'm going for, even though Demon's going 12 and 7.
Yeah, this is sort of what I was talking about in the pre-game. He is just notoriously unreliable and sort of inconsistent, and sometimes he has these unbelievable games that make him look out of place here in the tier 2 space. You kind of look at him and go, oh yeah, he could definitely be next up into tier 1 with some of the shots that he's hitting and the form that he's finding. Then he has other games where he goes very, very quiet, and you don't necessarily notice that he's going quiet because he's not missing sleepers, he's not playing terribly, he's just not finding any impact. Luckily for Foot, other players are. Demon's having a hell of a game. As is Launex. They're picking up the slack quite nicely. So 7-4, final round of the half. Not a huge amount of money here for Ents, but they are going to go for a buy, of course. They'll throw whatever they can at it. There's not going to be an AWP on Pody. Miltzy's down to a FAMAS. There's one kit again, and there's a lack of util, but enough to suffice. If they can win this round, 7-5 is not too shabby. If they lose it, 8-4 is going to be a struggle without the pistol round win. So they're under a lot of pressure here.
Pressure that's been carried over from Dust 2. Pressure that is fitting for the grand finals, but I would feel a bit hard done if we don't get to see map 3, Josh. We're here in the grand finals to witness something great, and to see Ents fall short on both maps is a pity so far. But it doesn't have to end this way. Roughly 55 seconds. But starting to bring their resources back towards A. Only one prong on middle. Two, actually. I didn't notice a player in Underpass, but regardless. For Benny, losing his life. They're going to start bringing the firepower into A. Launex, his timing needs to be impeccable. If he gets caught by the short player, that's the problem. And here it comes, 3v5. Can they get it done? Seems unlikely because it is Ents' final consolation round as we head on over to that second half. But 7-5 is still salvageable.
It certainly is, and if they can win the pistol round, then it almost feels probable, but that final round just went nowhere for Foot after such great form. The spacing's off in mid. There was no opportunity for the trade, and the A execution was flat and very quiet. Some good highlights in the half, though. After Ents got off to a great start, and we were wondering if they were going to be the ones to actually lead at the halfway point. He did disappear. Foot woke up. And a 7-5. If they're actually able to convert the pistol here, then they'd be in a really luxurious position. Interesting little stack over towards the B side of things. Ents are going to press into that very site. But on the initial contact, there's no success out of the USPs. They're just not connecting anything.
Starting to come in from market. There is a remote chance that this retake still works out. But all real signs point to Ents being able to equalize as soon as they start that second half. It doesn't have to end the way it started for Ents. Even if they're on the offensive, even if they don't have the advantages that the defense offers. Onyx starting to move in. Trying to find a little gap. There's a kid available. He's going to try and stick it. He needs cover to try and support, though. And there was a sliver in there. that could have worked out. Ambitious attempt, but it's all right.
Yeah, I don't know if they find that kill onto Miltsy. I don't think anyone else was necessarily close enough to deny that defuse. Miltsy does well to keep his cool. And Ents do what's required of them. They win the pistol round. They now find themselves onto 6. They will be up against a force here, so it's no easy run. It's no walk in the park. But at the same time, it shouldn't be too tricky. It's only 2 MP9s and a few pistols. Duke's kept aggressive ramp. He does fall right back. Oh, no, he's thinking about it again. Fumbled nade. Oh, this is just awkward to watch.
Okay. And I like that they don't keep pushing forward. They get back into positions that they can reset from, and with all that information acquired, they can start moving their pieces around a bit. Minute on the clock, so Ents isn't still out of it just yet. Weird peek there from Raygon. And a good connection from Krebeni right through the smoke. An interesting way to get the refrag, but at least he can get it done. Oh no, this is bad. I thought the conversion was guaranteed, Josh. But guess not. 2v4, Sumda Young and Nate Yu up against the ropes. And Zoogs has already made the call for them to start rotating in. It has become 0-2 obvious. Nate Yu, though, has started to trim the hedges a bit. Sumda Young deals with the CT contention, and this 4v2 salvaged by Ents. But it's not over just yet, because Demon's coming in with an AK-47, and they still need to fish Nate Yu out.
This is not a round Foot supposed to be winning. And in doing so, it's going to rub salt in the wound of what has been not the best of showing so far from Ents.
Oh!
Just gets double peeked. Insta headshot from the MP9. And a cheeky little upgrade into the rifle as well. Launex is going to jump on that defuse. There's plenty of time for it. And 8-6. Foot maintain this lead. They don't allow Ents back into the picture. With the bomb plant, there'll be a little bit of extra money, but it's still not going to be a very strong buy. And a scary spot to be in if you're on the side of Ents. They are going to buy down to 0. They're on double eco. It's only 1,400 loss to come, so they have to throw themselves at it, but this is rough.
Great timing on the nade and flashbang there. Nate Yu down. And anything that they could have done to convert slips out of their hands, and it's such a ball buster of a round, isn't it? Because not only does that fumble the conversion, it also sets them up poorly for the remainder of the game. The foundation's been crippled. And now ENCE stand on shaky ground.
Yeah, very shaky ground. Rabeni spams away, doesn't connect the shots. Does a lot of damage and gets the info. There's already a 2-man advantage, so this shouldn't be a problem. Oof. Okay, alright. At least he takes one before falling. 30 seconds left. The last thing ENCE want to do is survive here. So they are going to put pressure onto the site and see if they can get a bomb plant. If they can't, they're happy to give this round up as they walk straight into the crosshair of Symmetry. He'll double down. There's 9 here for Foot. A freebie to come in the next as there is no money. There was no bomb plant. Not that that would have made all too much difference. 10-6 is the likely scoreline here on map 2 of the grand finals. I was really hoping this wouldn't be a 2-0, but Foot is certainly making it look like that is the likely case. Okay.
Oh, we'd be glossing over that, but guess not. There's an interesting kill thrown in there. But the fast track to double digits is underway for Foot. You can see that this duel is getting a little personal.
Yeah. You know, we were talking about the. You said that the body spams were because they were frustrated that the Eco had managed to kill 2 on the entry from sandwich. But I think there's some mean messages in the chat, and that this match means something a little bit more. A bit of BM. Maybe not. Maybe it's just because it's high stakes. Fast play down middle. ENCE swarming this B site, but there are 3 defenders here. This is a perfect setup. There's the Galil peaks. He does get the info. Krabeni and Jugs shut this down. And it's only 1 kill in retort as Milty's limping on 3 points out. Symmetry finds Raygon, and he even connects the shot through the wood as well. That is filth out of Symmetry. As Foot make it 11. There's no money to respond for ENCE. This looks dead in the water.
Never have we seen ENCE get crippled like this. The only real competitor to them within this caliber have been teams like Foot, right? And under the name of Navi Jr., they've bested ENCE many a times. But those games have been a lot closer than this one, haven't they? A 2-0 would be a new bar to be setting that low. Would have all but won the series already. Mere pistols. Couple pieces of armor that are expected to carry the torch into a 7th round for ENCE. But those expectations will be too high. After 1 trades. Zug's about to be swung by a Tech 9, able to respond. Knows there's a player behind him. Regon's able to get a kill. And they have been reduced to just 2 members, so maybe this is the start of something better. Nightshoe, the Tech 9 to deliver a kill. And I was talking about expectations, Josh. The pistols have superseded what should have been too heavy.
Yeah, this was supposed to be a bit of a solid, guaranteed lock onto 12 rounds. And instead, ENCE keep the torch burning. They're pouring gasoline on it, desperate to keep it burning, but it still goes. Demon is in the right place, though. As the bomb goes down, it'll confirm his suspicions. It is An A-site plant, but yeah, spams through the box are not the answer. 90 responds with a headshot over the top. And 11-7, Ents stay afloat. They deny map and championship points. And whilst Foot have got enough money to reinvest, that is a round that may come back to bite them. That may plague them here.
Truthfully, that was one of the best opportunities that Foot had to just straight up close out the entire game and crown themselves grand champions. This tiny lapse of judgment from Foot. A couple missed movements of the mouse. A couple of keystrokes not going the way they wanted them to. Is exactly what they were looking for. Pody, big confidence builder against Symmetry. Regon is aware that someone might try to push middle, so he's holding it from a default position. Pody catches it though. And it feels like the beginning of the end for Foot. The start of something new for Ents. A chance at map 3.
A chance. Still a fairly slim one. But a chance for sure. Sunday Young's already out onto B. Foot have very clearly made the decision to give this one up. If they hold on to these rifles, they can still have a buy in the next. If they lose them, they will not. Demon has to be careful. Oh my god, almost. It's caught in the firing line. But yeah, this is going to be 8 for Ents. That lifeline adrenaline I was talking about towards the end of Dust 2, it didn't quite yield a map win for them. It was only half-assed lifeline adrenaline, right? It was only map 1. Now, it's all to play for. The stakes are truly at their highest. Decent trade onto Rigon. The hunts are in because they do not want these rifles saving. And they're successful with it. They only take the one casualty. It's not too bad at all. Now the money's kind of awkward here for Foot. Had they have saved 1 or 2 rifles, they'd be in a strong position to buy instead. They still go for the force up, but there's a scout and there's an MP9.
The thing is, Foot don't really need too much success to actually get over the finish line, so it makes sense that they're trying to go for any scraps that they can. Would it be a better idea to play it a bit more conservatively and play for fewer full buys rather than more scrappy rounds that have a little bit of force behind them? I don't know. But that's an executive decision that Foot had to make under their leadership.
A lot of weight on this one now. Whilst Foot, simultaneously while losing rounds, have been accumulating a bit of a loss bonus, so it's not going to be the end of the world when it comes down to their eco. They should still be able to get a couple of pistols out and then just reinvest quite quickly. If they can't get this done, and it effectively goes 11-10. The Mirage is anyone's for the taking. We teed these guys up as an exceptional Mirage team, one that lose to nobody, bow to nobody. Here on the dusty Moroccan map. 10 wins in a row.
Oh.
They look to make it 11. That is so crisp from Krabeni. Is this
Perfect
12 rounds
timing.
now?
Shouldn't be any other way. You've got 30 seconds to go. Ents, whatever they do now will have a smidgen of desperation on it. Scout rifle contested, but they don't even find the full kill. Zoogs needs to be fished out. It'll be hard to check under Palace. The duel is missed. Young finds Krabeni, and somehow Foot has dropped the ball to bring it down to just 1 member in the form of Law and X. There's no way this ends up working out, and Ents have kept the engine going. My God.
That is unbelievable. After a two-man advantage taken as well there from Foot, that was such a clear route to close this out. There was vulnerabilities in the buy, sure, but no excuse
Was there
for
a team
dropping the
kill
ball
in there?
that hard.
The kill feed populated so quickly, I could barely catch the action there.
Look at the
It's starting
buy
to look
now.
like a bit of a repeat for Dust 2, isn't it? Similar rounds, the mini comeback from Ents. But will Foot actually close it this time? That's my question. Two bust opportunities towards the tail end of the game. Delaying what could have been theirs.
Should have been theirs. That's how they'll feel, at least. Just the pistols here into round number 21. Final stretch here for Mirage. Into keeping this going, just the pistols press into Palace. They overwhelm Nate's use. That's going to be a rifle recovered, but also information relayed. Demon ends up with one more. Launex follows, and this pulls down to a 2v2. They should still be aware that there's one more in the Palace position. Symmetry with that AK, but they have no idea where Krabeni resides. He's one of the only pieces that actually has Kevlar. In fact, I think he is the only man that started this round with Kevlar. If he can win the fight onto Sundai Young, and the scales tip, instead it's Symmetry to hit the head, and they now know where Rigon is. This would be such an insane round to convert.
Oh my goodness, constantly at the finish line. It seems like ends start to crumble after they've already manufactured the hard part of the comeback. Tactical pause from Foot, wanting to make sure everything is in order. And this was a clear way paved for ends. Clear might be a little pushing it, honestly. That's ambitious of me to say. But it was so hard fought, wasn't it?
Yeah, at the end of the day, they had a very real opportunity. They had a very real opportunity to close this out. They'd done the hard part. They'd broken the Foot economy. They'd brought this to within just one round, effectively. All they needed to do was overcome the eco. And Foot just made the right call. They stack up onto 8, they overwhelm the Palace player, and just like I was talking about on Dust 2, sometimes you need to know when to cut your losses, and Ents think that they can press in and trade. They're worried more about Knight's use AK that's dropped in Palace than the round itself, and everything crumbles.
Ends fast play again. Lots of desperation coming out. Bomb planted by Miltsy. And Demon fails to connect on the first few. I'm sure Ents want to try and get a little bit of space going before this retake starts, but a 3v5, I wouldn't hate it if they started to back off. These weapons are way more important alive than they are dead. Uh-oh. Weapons exchanging hands. There's a player inside the smoke. Do they expect him to be there? I'll have to be super careful. Demon sees one. Missed shot. Missed opportunity. And Regon, although he dies for a good cause. Keeps the engine going for Ents, but the crisis of being stopped in regulation for the CT side has been entirely averted. Ents will have to play for OT.
This is kind of what happens as well sometimes when you take the AWPer off of the AWP to give it to the low HP man, and then he misses a routine shot, right? If Symmetry's on the sniper there, he hits that shot, they've got a man advantage, there's maybe a viable retake. There wasn't a lot of time on that, so I think maybe they still fall away and save. But yeah, they lose a couple of valuable rifles at the end. Either way, it is still going to be a buy back, but Ents hold on. Double digits obtained, 12-10. If they can win this round, Foot aren't going to have the cash to buy all too much into the final regulation. Everything boils down to round number 23. As Pody looking for the early fight. It's the Battle of the Titans, and Symmetry shows that he is the strongest warrior on the server right now. As he draws first blood, gives a man advantage to Foot. And the first domino falls. And the sequential to lifting the trophy. Foot are so close now.
Final chance for ENCE. They cannot afford to crumble now, Josh. So many moments where they have flirted with the finish line. So many times they've materialized the comeback. Milsey, no way! Symmetry hits that shot! Does Foot want to end it in style? ENCE 2v3. They've wanted to keep the engine going in Night Use so many times. He saved ENCE in the entirety of this tournament. But a 1v3 is a tall order to keep this engine going. So much work to do. 3 different angles, and he's not going to be able to get a single one. Team Foot are going to be your champions of the Proving Grounds.
Unreal. A 2-0 as well. A truly convincing fashion to get it done. And yeah, Symmetry does so much work there. The fact that he hits that no-scope, if he doesn't find that shot and he dies on short, then it's a 3v3 and you favour the T's in that post-plant. But he stays alive, he connects for another, and it's so important. Krabeni right up at the top of that scoreboard. The man calling the shots is once again your most valuable player, because he delivers when he's needed most. And here in the grand finals, that couldn't apply more. Unbelievable showing out of the in-game leader as Foot pull ahead and are your champions. As you say, it's not going to mean all too much in terms of this major run cycle, but it's a hell of a load of VRS points, it's a hell of a load of cash prize, and it's going to do a lot for this team in terms of future. Until now, but yeah, I think this is one for one to make them happy. I think they'll sleep well tonight.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with a much fatter bank account. To be perfectly honest, like that's a lot of money. Obviously, the full price will be like $80,000. There's a much chunkier chunk now that is dedicated to them.
They get about 40K coming first.
$40,000 among 5 players, maybe the organization, Scott, but there's still a lot of money to be found there. So there you have it. Once again, we get a look at the bracket. It is Foot that are going to prevail. It has just been a marvelous journey all the way here. They have been slaying a lot of very difficult opponents. I think they narrowly avoided some of the bigger names, sure, but then they did anyway have to beat the King Slayers anyway. Spirit Academy, Partisan, Betera, very formidable teams that have toppled some very gigantic names, and especially if you look over towards the end side, right? They were beating GG How, they beat Saw, they beat fnatic. That is a high precedent to set, and then for that to be snatched away from the team that would be seen as weaker on paper, incredible showing.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? Because Foot really did dodge a bullet on their way here. You know, they had Partisan instead of BetBoom, which was the playoff invitee. They had Betera instead of TNL, that was the playoff invitee. But as you say, sometimes those dark horses are actually scarier than the big dogs themselves. And yeah, they did very, very well. And ultimately, you know, there was no question marks for that grand final. I think sometimes you have a grand final, it goes the distance, it goes to the third map. And even though a team win, you think, oh, you know, that was so close. If it wasn't for this specific round, maybe they wouldn't have won it. Foot were through and through the better team. And whilst it's always disappointing to see a 2-0 in a grand final like that, it shows that they are the true victors. They have proven that they are the best team in the Proving Ground Season 4. And yeah, well deserved of the win.
Yeah, and now that we have a victor on our hands, unfortunately, it does mean that this broadcast has to come to an end. It's been a wonderful show so far, and hopefully we can continue to see more and more of this. I'm still waiting on announcements in 5, hopefully.
There is one. There is one.
There is one. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Don't stress.
Okay.
There is one. There's one coming.
Yeah, I got a little worried for a second. You know, I've really been enjoying.
Yeah,
I can't believe you do that to me. That being said, though, I mean, all fun and games aside, it has been a marvelous show. I've had a fantastic time covering the action alongside you, Josh. So thank you so much to the production for making this possible. Thank you so much to the commentators that have made it possible alongside us. You know, Charlie and Zola, they have been doing a fantastic job. Our partners, of course, for making this tournament possible. And lastly, the viewer that makes it all worth it. Thank you all for tuning in. Until next time.